Okay. So I kindly ask you to take a seat. As you know, we are 20 minutes late. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in Bologna. I'm Giuseppe Lupino. I'm the responsible for the European projects of the Institute for Transport and Logistics. We met with some of you during the online call and during one of the workshops in Brussels. I just want to introduce you this activity. There will be a connection online. You can see what the people online are seeing in the screen. And if you have any question, I kindly ask to the people online to interview. Now I would like to leave the floor to the president of the Institute of Transport and Logistics, Mr. Guido Fabbri, which has a welcome speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe, and good morning, everyone. I'm Guido Fabbri, the president of the Institute for Transport and Logistics Foundation, and I'm really happy to welcome you all to Bologna for the final conference of the PRECINCT project. First of all, I have a confession for you. I'm very happy to be here, but my English is a little bit rusty, so I beg your pardon in advance. The PRECINCT project has been a long and challenging journey, and I'm particularly proud to the work that has been done in the Bologna Living Lab. Here, we have developed a number of solutions that are already being used to improve the safety and resilience of the city's critical infrastructure. I'm confident that the solutions developed in the Bologna Living Lab will be valuable to other cities and regions. And I would like to thank all the partners who have contributed to this project. I look forward to seeing the positive impact that it will have on the future of critical infrastructure management. Let me add that the PRECINCT project is demonstrating the potential of digital technologies to improve the safety and resilience of critical infrastructure. These technologies can be used to monitor and control critical infrastructure systems, detect and respond to incidents in real time, and share information between different stakeholders. I would also like to thank the Regione Emilia-Romagna, our local government, for hosting us here in Bologna, TPR and Marconi Express for providing us with integrated tickets for the local public transportation system, Lepida and Bologna Airport for the daily activities. And I think that many people will miss the free meeting per week that you did for a long time. And also, I would like to thank engineering for the support on the digital twin. Finally, I would like to thank the coordinator of the project, in particular Ms. Jenny Reinberg from Intercom Systems, and all of you for coming to this final conference. I hope that you will enjoy your time in Bologna, the very fine food you can have here, and that you will find the conference to be informative and stimulating. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome, and we're delighted to be here on the event of the Precinct final assembly. Thank you. We have very high levels of security here. Right, there we go. Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Jenny Rainbird. I'm the head of EU project delivery at Inlicom Commercial Pathways in Ireland, and we are proud to be the coordinators of the Precinct project. And I'd like to kick off this event by really setting the scene and talking about the objectives and ambitions and what we were trying to achieve in the project. I'm truly honoured to be with you today to delve into a crucial and timely topic that really lies at the heart of modern society, which is the protection of critical infrastructure. In an era where technology permeates every facet of our society, it is never more important to ensure that the backbone of our society is robust and resilient. Critical infrastructure is a term that describes those essential facilities and services in cities and regions which we need for society to function smoothly. These can be facilities and services such as power supply, water supply, telecoms, transport, supported by first responders, hospitals and law enforcement. These are often facilities and services which we completely take for granted in everyday life, but when something does happen and these services are interrupted, then it can have catastrophic effects. We need to reduce the vulnerabilities of critical infrastructure and increase the resilience, and this is a major objective of the European Union. And therefore today, I think it is timely that we delve into this topic under the auspices of the Precinct project. Precinct was a Horizon 2020 project that was funded under the topic of prevention, detection, response and mitigation of combined physical and cyber threats to critical infrastructure in Europe. There were a total of 8 projects funded under this call, and only Precinct and Praetorian of those projects are still active. The European Commission really wanted to understand how we could forecast and assess physical and cyber risks, how we could prevent those risks and detect them in a timely manner. In the case of a failure, we needed to have responses that were fast and could get a recovery so that society could continue to function. We also wanted projects that would look at protecting critical infrastructure over the whole lifespan of that infrastructure, with a view to achieving security and resilience for all installations within neighbouring populations and environments. It's a really interesting challenge that the Commission was trying to address, particularly where critical infrastructure in a city or a region can have a connection that is not necessarily always obvious. And sometimes a failure in one critical infrastructure can have a cascading or domino effect on critical infrastructures in that city and region. Not only is that a challenge, but often multiple stakeholders in a city have siloed operations, and there is a lack of global situational awareness within a region. Sometimes there is limited preparedness for cascading effects of an attack or natural disaster, and this leads to suboptimal crisis management, which is something that we really want to address. Indeed, over the last recent years, from 2015 to 2020, studies carried out by the European Commission's Directorate General for Migration and Home Affairs have found that almost 43 billion euros have been invested in civil security, coupled with about 12 billion euros from the European Commission funds, looking to address these very issues. This is a marked increase from the periods beforehand and shows that it is a very pressing issue which considerable resources are being used to try to address. Indeed, when we look at the industry perspective, there are a number of drivers and challenges which are impacting this issue. New EU directives are ensuring that member states have to comply with increasing the resilience of critical infrastructure. There are heightened geopolitical tensions and threats that critical infrastructure has to face and has to respond to. As we all know, climate change and natural disasters are on the increase, with fires, wildfires and floods are being experienced throughout Europe in increasing frequency in recent years. In the advent of smart city and IoT networks, more funds are needed to ensure that critical infrastructure is connected in a city or a region. Citizens are more aware of the accountability that critical infrastructure has to have. So when there is an incident or an attack or a natural disaster, citizens are keenly aware that we need to return back to business as usual as soon as possible. Government funding is available to help increase resilience, but it can be patchy. It's not always clear what that funding is available, so it has to be used wisely and in the most productive way. In some cities, we're facing ageing infrastructure, which only compounds the problem. And whilst there are solutions out there, the market is fragmented and there are challenges related to integration. Facing this environment and these challenges and the push from the European Commission and the industry perspective, PRECINCT had a vision. The PRECINCT project wanted to connect private and public critical infrastructures within a geographical area to a common cyber-physical security management approach that would yield a protected city or region for citizens and infrastructures. PRECINCT wanted to enable interdependent critical infrastructures and first responders to plan for, prevent, absorb and recover as quickly as possible to effects of cyber-physical, hybrid threats or even natural disasters, and impede the cascading effects that I spoke of earlier. PRECINCT wanted to bring together critical infrastructure stakeholders under the concept of a coordination centre for a city or region, to collaborate with governance models, harmonising emergency processes, sharing data, enabling quantification of resilience within that region, and minimising the impact of cascading effects. PRECINCT also had the vision to implement digital twins for a cost-effective and efficient tool to be able to identify and track events within a city or region, and to understand scenarios that could be played out. So the PRECINCT project has only been running for 2 years and comes to an end at the end of this month. It had a budget of €9.5 million and brought together 40 partners. To reach this vision, we had an approach of an overall technical objective to establish an ecosystem platform for connecting stakeholders within a region for the interdependent critical infrastructures and emergency services, with a vision of sharing data, sharing critical infrastructure protection models and new resilient services, and implementing tools such as digital twins and serious games to identify vulnerabilities, validate and test our new models in real time. Here we can see all of the partners that have contributed to the PRECINCT project over the last 2 years, and we've really brought together critical infrastructure operators, technology providers, SMEs, research institutes and academics, and associations that come in and bring us a policy and standardisation perspective to the project. We also had 4 exciting living labs in our project and 3 transferability demonstrators, where we were testing our capabilities, tools and methodologies to make sure that we had quantifiable measures to understand whether what we were proposing really brought about genuine improvements. And so the key outputs that we were hoping to achieve are shown in this diagram on the screen here. A framework specification for critical infrastructure security and resilience management, meeting industry requirements solicited from our Living Lab stakeholders at the beginning of the project and validated by them throughout the project. a cross-facility collaborative cyber physical security and resilience management platform, enabling critical infrastructures to develop smart ecosystems and innovative support services. A vulnerability assessment tool using serious games to identify potential vulnerabilities and identify measures for enhanced resilience. Cyber physical resilience management through the application of digital twins in our cities. A precinct ecosystem deployed in the 4 living labs, combined with sustainability outputs, capacity building and dissemination of our approaches and methodologies to ensure the maximum impact of what we've been trying to achieve. I hope that gives you a really good scene setting of what we were trying to do and why we were trying to do it. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague and partner in the project to understand what we did in more detail and whether it worked. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriele Giunta from Engineering, which is the partner in charge of the technical management of the PRECINCT project. And in my presentation, I'll try to explain and telling the story how we achieved such, we reach such kind of technical achievements and how we make PRECINCT a success story. I'll try to be as clear as possible, but now we are moving towards technical details. So this is why I would like to start from the beginning. This is the PRECINCT digital twin logic architecture. On the left upside, you can see, on the right upside, you can see actually the PRECINCT digital twin architecture, which was included in the grant agreement, so it should be familiar with most of you. Just to say that everything from the technical perspective consists of 3 main key elements. We have 3 key pillars. One is the digital twin platform, which includes digital twin models, which includes data structure, which includes actually services for collecting and providing data. The digital twin actually is in PRECINCT is a digital representation of some physical entities, and along with the digital twin, which represent the virtual representation of the critical infrastructures, we have also the serious game platform, which is another part of the digital twin architecture. The serious game platform, including also the data mine framework, which is used actually for digital vulnerability assessment, and also to have a continuous feedback in terms of kind of mitigations, actions, and countermeasures to be proposed interacting with the digital twin and the ecosystem platform. The ecosystem platform is the 3rd key element, which includes actually cyber and physical detectors, complete event processing tools. It includes also a message broker for collecting data from the critical infrastructures and providing such kind of data to the digital twin, the serious game, for making some processes. And these 3 elements are interconnected in a certain way through another kind of cross element, which is the interdependency model and the resilience framework. In order to have an effective instantiation of the digital twin in the different living labs, we have to consider 4 main steps. The first step is to identify which are the partners, the stakeholders operating in the ecosystem, and will be the players of the instantiation of the digital twin. Besides that, it is important also to identify which are the main threat scenarios that we would like to demonstrate and we would like to consider for an effective adoption of the digital twin, and which kind of data sources we have to consider. Because we do not forget that the digital twin, in order to make an effective representation of the physical elements, have to be interconnected with the data sources through some kind of APIs. Once we have identified these elements in the first step, it is important also to start thinking, looking at interdependencies among the critical infrastructure and instantiate the resilience framework. Serious game and the resilience framework will be used to perform the vulnerability assessment I said before. The third step is to configure and to instantiate the different digital twins in the different living labs. So it is important to be aware about which kind of infrastructure do we have in the living labs that we would like to consider for the instantiation of digital twin. And such kind of infrastructure, existing systems application, have to be part of the configuration of the digital twin, should be instantiated there. The final step is providing the digital twin services, which in PRECINCT, it is really important, are going to provide the critical infrastructure coordination center. Such kind of a critical infrastructure coordination center is a key point that will be also emphasized in my slides and during the today presentation, because it's one of the main needs asked for the end users, or the living lab partners, to the PRECINCT technical partners, to be implemented, instantiated in every living lab. So we talk about instantiation of the digital twin. What does it mean? Instantiation of digital twin means that we have a list of different tools and services and applications, and we have to consider for the specific living lab which kind of tools, services, applications we have to put in practice, we have to deploy in every living lab. This is just a list of modules and the components that we have identified in PRECINCT, and this is the architectural schema to make everything consistent and coherent with the rest of the framework. So we have a digital twin models and services. We have the ecosystem platform, as I said before, consists of several components, which are the message broker, the complex event processing, the security and privacy monitoring tool, the big data infrastructural services, the situation awareness user interface, the design studio, and the root cause analysis and test and simulation. Then we have the framework of the critical interdependencies cascading effects models, which include also the resilience framework. Then we have the game theoretical risk minimization, which is part of the serious game, the present serious game in the data mine framework, the resilience supervisor control, and the cyber range training tool. This is the list of the modules and the components that we have identified in PRECINCT, and in this big picture, we can identify where each of them is located in terms of logical functionalities. It is also important to consider that here we started also identify the main interactions among the different components through different layers. In this architecture, we have the physical layer, which is the layer that we have to protect against cyber and physical attacks or natural hazards. And this is the layer where we can use to collect the data from sensors and existing systems. This is, in a certain way, the part that we have to consider to interact and collecting data and real-time data in order to make an effective instantiation of the digital twin. Then we have the data source layers, which consist of cyber, physical, and cyber-physical detectors, and the integration layer, which integrate from the logical perspective different components among them. This is the overall picture of the digital architecture, while this is an agile schema to instantiate the digital twin, which was adopted by every living lab partner in order to have an effective and easy instantiation of the digital twin. This schema is quite important because it was the main result of a technical meeting we had in Cologne in February 2023, where a set of technical partners, the main technical partners, agreed how to interact each other, considering the different individual blocks as a part of the digital twin, but classifying the different blocks in terms of digital twin functionalities. As you can see here, we have a block representing the cyber physical detection, which include the cyber range tool, the complex event processing, or the security and privacy monitoring, and which are the interaction among them. Then we have also the digital twin. The part of the digital twin interact with the cascading effect simulation engine and the knowledge graph, which is under the category of simulation, preparedness, and alerting, and how they are going to interact each other, how they are going to exchange, which kind of data they are exchanging among them, and in order to have an effective elaboration of this kind of data, it is important also to be supported by the analytics and infrastructural services, which is part of the work related to having a digital twin virtual models or infrastructural services that can support the processing of such big amount of data. The deployment tools are related to how, once we have identified the main elements, how we can deploy such kind of digital twin schema in every infrastructure belongs to the critical, to the living lab, PRECINCT living labs. And also here there is the game theoretical risk minimization, which includes the serious game and data mining framework, which is part of the response and part of the post-analysis process. This is something that, as I said, it was used by all the living lab technical partners in a different way, as you can see here. It depends on the living lab's threat scenario that I have mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. As you can see here, the 4 living labs have a different threat scenario to be addressed. The living lab 1 is focused on the physical threat and cyber attack, with simultaneous distributed DDoS attacks to the critical part of the Ljubljana critical infrastructure control systems. The living lab 2 is related to natural hazard, so flooding and disaster consequences of the global warming with cascading effects. The living lab 3, which is in Athens, is a coordinated cyber physical terrorist attacks, while the living lab 4 is a cyber physical risk that may occur due to extreme weather conditions, jeopardizing the proper functioning of the connection between airport and the Bologna railway station. As you can see here, I have reported that the category of the present tools to be adopted, which are related to the previous agile digital team schema, and which kind of category have been adopted in every living lab. In the majority of the cases, you can see all the components, the category of the components have been adopted in all the living labs. Besides the living lab 2, which is related to the natural hazard events, so doesn't need to adopt a cyber and physical detector, so we don't have a cyber and physical detection tools. And besides the living lab 4, which doesn't need to have a gamification, including also data mining framework. In some specific case, like in the case of the living lab 2, we have the gamification, a complete gamification, which include also the data mining framework, while in the living lab 4, we have among the different analytics and the deployment tools, we have also a big data infrastructure service, which was adopted to be demonstrated here. Going towards the technologies, because so far we have just talked about blocks, category of blocks, so building blocks, architectural blocks. Now, in this slide, you can see the set of the technologies which the digital twin consists of. This is just a schema, a specification schema which refers to the living lab 4. Just for your convenience, I avoid to include also the other living labs European specification, but it's quite similar. With a blueprint specification, it is possible to create a schema and to make some connection among these blocks. Every single block has to be considered as a virtual container where the technology is described and specified. And the main benefit of this specification, blueprint specification, is that with very few steps, it is possible to deploy a long list of technologies within every kind of critical infrastructure. So it is in a certain way independent of the critical infrastructure of the digital critical infrastructure that we have to consider to deploy the digital twin. So in a certain way, this is the way to say, okay, this kind of technology with very few command lines might be deployed in any kind of critical infrastructure, independently of the availability of services, availability of resources, availability of digital infrastructure. And this is one of the main technical achievements that we can tell today as a part of the story. Briefly, I just tell what kind of elements we have described and defined among us in order to have an effective instantiation of the digital twin. Now, I would like to tell which were the user needs and the requirements that the users asked us at the beginning of the project. Here, starting from the Ljubljana Living Lab, the idea in Ljubljana was to have a control center, as I said, coordinated control center, a unified control center, a way to visualize the critical infrastructure assets of all the critical infrastructure available in Ljubljana, a way to simulate the effect of potential cyber and physical threats along with the critical infrastructure and during the time, and something to propose a list of mitigation actions to be activated in order to reduce the risk or to eliminate the risk. This is a mock-up provided by the Living Lab 1 end users, asking, hey guys, this is what do we have. Please try to follow our suggestion. And this is what at the beginning, I'm not sure if, yes, it's more or less it's visible. This is what we have proposed at the end of the PRECINCT project to the Ljubljana Living Lab. It was demonstrated in 2 different demos in the early June, last June. These are 2 snapshots of the main digital twin user interface where it is possible to identify 4 main functionalities. It is possible to have in real-time information about the cyber and physical events with some alerts that are raised every time in real time and to inform and to alert the critical infrastructure operators of the main control center about some kind of cyber and physical threats are happening in the Ljubljana municipality. The visualization of the critical infrastructure assets, a simulation of the effects of cascading effects and interdependencies among the different critical assets, and also the possibility for each of them to have information about the resilience index, and of course mitigation actions. Similarly, in the Living Lab 2, Antwerp, it was city-level coordinated critical infrastructure with water management focus. The list of the requirements for the end users, it was so important to have a prediction on flood, to have insights on traffic due to the flood, visualization of flood history, and iterating with the past events, everything in a graphical user interface, interactive user interface to be easily adopted. This is what at the end we realized for the Living Lab 2 with some main functionalities. As you can see here, we have information about the impact of the critical infrastructure due to the flood in Antwerp. We have information also on the mitigation action to be activated in order to reduce the risk or the propagation of the effects of the flood. We have also what-if scenario. We have also prediction, live prediction on flood, in time window of 2 hours, and historical flood predictions and the resilience indicators in a unique integrated view. This kind of proposed solution will be part of the demos my colleagues will present in the second part of the other sections of the today event. So if you would like to have further information, probably you will have there. Athens. In Athens, more or less the same kind of requirements. So having real-time information from the end users, having real-time information about the traffic monitoring, and be aware about the dependencies in the critical infrastructure between the different entities, and exchange information among the operators, critical infrastructure operators, crisis management operators, and first responders. This is what we proposed for the Athens Living Lab 3. So at the end, among the different functionalities, it was possible also to have a real-time information about the security monitoring and the situation awareness, making a simulation with the cascading effects tool framework and the resilience framework, also to collect the data about the resilience, and having an effective response and coordination center with such kind of interconnected and knowledge and sharing of knowledge and information. Going ahead, this is the final Living Lab. So a long list of requirements, real-time and cyber-physical events, alerting, analysis and forecast of passengers, traffic, and uninterested critical infrastructure, the simulation of cascading effects and mitigation actions, and increase the resilience of the involved critical infrastructure with some logical schemas and snapshot provided at the beginning of the work. So this is actually what we start talking about at the beginning. Here we have two main snapshots of the dashboard which is the digital thing for Living Lab 4 in Bologna, with a list of functionalities related to the cyber-physical event, the analysis of the cascading effects, the simulation of the cascading effects, also having a real-time monitoring of passengers, occupancy, using real-time data coming from sensors located in the critical infrastructure, forecasting future passengers' occupancy on the same day and the same week, and also having an historical visualization of the past events. So this is just to recap briefly the main functionalities that we have proposed at the end, making our end users really enthusiastic and really convinced. In a nutshell, I try to recap in terms of present technical achievements, which are the main ones, let's say. Just to briefly say a few numbers. So 3 pillars, as I said at the beginning: digital twin platform, serious game platform, and ecosystem platform, including 16 software modules which have been integrated and validated in the 4 different Living Labs. In order to make to collect user requirements and to provide to the users the status of the development, we hold different multi-workshops on business requirements, 1 per each Living Lab, capacity building organized by our partners AIT, RDS, and Tecnalia, 2 stakeholder meetings, virtual and in-person participation with all the critical infrastructure stakeholders involvement, so operators, authorities, innovators, including also small and medium enterprises, and some conferences, 2 conferences for presenting the result of the critical infrastructure protection, cybersecurity, and crisis management. 5 different demos to validate the work done in instantiating the digital twin in the Living Labs, supporting by Chemea, which was the responsible partner. 4 different blueprint specifications, 1 per each Living Lab, to have an effective and easy deployment. As I said also before, it was also, to my view, is also really important such Cologne technical meeting, because it was an effective meeting to brainstorm ourselves in terms of interoperability of present modules, interfaces specification, data exchange, then data flow and data types exchanged among the different components, which was held in February 2023. And in terms of success stories, I would say that every Living Lab in PRECINCT might be considered as a success story. Why? Because we had a chance to collect the user needs, user requirements, and try to implement at the end of the day an integrated solution in a systematic and effective way, collaborating and cooperating among using periodic meetings between technical partners, among technical partners and end users. It was something, to my view, something quite new to have such kind of effective collaboration. The results are so evident. This is actually a list of achievements in a nutshell, that not specifically technical achievements. So thanks to Jenny that has provided such a list of achievements. So it is also important to mention that besides the technical achievements, we have also present achievements at all. Present, probably you know very well, is a project of 40 partners that worked together for 2 years. And this is something that is not so common, it's not so usual. Making everything in only 2 years is quite challenging, and this is the result. Delivering 42 deliverables is quite challenging as well. Now we can say that all the project milestones have been achieved on time. All the deliverables are going to be finalized. We have the last round of deliverable end of September. But in any case, we can say that scientific peer-reviewed papers have been published on the key aspect of the project, and all the project dissemination KPIs have been achieved. Last but not least, there is an ongoing agreement among the present partners to lead towards a continuous collaboration also beyond the end of the project, which will end in September 2023. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you, Gabriele, for this excellent review of all the tools developed in PRECINCT. Now there is a session with about the PRECINCT tools and assets. I kindly ask Mr. Manuel Egger, Lorca Connolly, and Marisa Escalante. I think she's connected through the online connection. Can you check if your microphone is working, please?
Yes, good morning to all. Can you hear me?
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
So I will start asking Mr. Manuel Egger for your presentation. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Manuel Egger. I'm from the Austrian Institute of Technology and would like to explain the cascading effect simulation in more detail. So in the cascading effect simulation, we are analyzing how a threat is not only directly impacting a certain component in a network, but also how the threat propagates through different components affecting other components again. Critical infrastructures are highly connected, very complex systems where it's not easy to tell how these threats can propagate through a network. So to start the simulation, we are building an interdependency graph where the nodes represent either whole critical infrastructures or some relevant parts in these critical infrastructures. So this depends on the desired level of detail. So do we want to look at how a hospital and an airport are connected with whatever? Or do we want to go more into detail to waiting rooms, cameras, IT infrastructure, and so on? And the edges are representing dependencies. That means when a node has a problem, which other nodes do also have a problem? Then we draw an edge between these nodes. And nodes are also having states representing their functionality, availability, or damage. For PRECINCT, we used a scale from 1 to 5, where 1 means everything is working perfectly fine and we do not have any problems, and 5 means it's not working at all anymore. And all states between indicates how severe a damage or a service interruption is. And this state may change due to an event, like the fire. So to build this, we're using probabilistic Mealy automaton. That means if we have an input event, this might cause a state change according to defined transitions. So that's how the Mealy automaton works. And if we are changing the state, meaning we do have a problem, then we are notifying other neighbors. And this results in a global reaction to the network. So a node has a problem, notifies all children or ascending nodes if we're looking at the graph view. Then all neighbors can also decide, is this a problem? Do I have also a problem now? Making the local reaction and notifying others as well, which is resulting in our cascading effects. So a very quick example where we simulate and detect the direct and indirect effects over time. We're using logical time. So here it's a very small picture, but just to get an idea, in the bottom there is the initial threat affecting 3 other nodes. Now they're doing their local reaction and either having a problem or not, and notifying other nodes as well. So here's the time step 3, 4, and okay, 7 is the last one here in this example. And the simulation ends if the network has a stable state, so no other nodes are changing anymore. It's important to notice that we have stochastic models. That means that there are certain probabilities to which a transition might be executed or not. So each simulation run might be a little bit different. This is simply because of the reason, because it's hard to tell if a threat is really causing the same problem all the time. Here we have the example of a flooding. If we detect a flood in a city, it might have a lot of possible consequences. So we cannot tell beforehand this is going to happen. So that's why we are assigning probabilities to these transitions, and then we can run multiple simulations and then getting statistics out of that. And for PRECINCT, we used always 1,000 simulation runs to provide data for the demonstrations and deliverables. So now our cascading effect simulation combined with the resilience methodological framework, where in the next presentation, Lorcan is going into more detail. So now I just show a little bit the integration of the cascading effect simulations of what we can do to provide data for the resilience methodological framework. We do this with adding resilience indicator nodes. So what we want to indicate is to some improvements in the network. So, which means in our case to reduce the chance to get in a bad state. And here, for example, the first node is a backup power supply for the rail control center. So if we have backup power supply, we might not react that problematic to a blackout scenario than if we do not have it. Maybe a little bit more details for the other example here, the bridge condition. So we have as input is a bomb. So we only know there detonated a bomb under the bridge. And depending on the bridge condition, the chance that the bridge is destroyed gets higher, or just the damage. So here we change if we improve the bridge condition to restoration works or whatever, and we might decrease the probability that it's destroyed going, so here 1, everything is fine in the bridge. We're going to state 5, it's completely destroyed, first with a 50% probability, and then if we have an improved condition, it's just a 25% condition. And we're also introducing, just here in this example, the state 2, which means it is damaged, but it would be working, still operational. So that's where the resilience methodological framework can adapt the behavior of the graph a little bit, run the simulation again, and see how it improves. Yeah, but Lorcan will talk about that in more detail. Now I will just show a very quick overview of the Living Labs, how the interdependency graphs look like. So for Living Lab 1 in Ljubljana, we have two different views. One is a cyber threat, the other one is a physical threat. Although we can and usually do combine cyber and physical threats in the same model, because these cascading effects, they basically do not care if, let's say, the IT system has a problem, which is a cyber component, which results the cameras also having a problem, which are physical components. But here for Living Lab 1 in Ljubljana, we separated the views. And here we have a cyber attack to telecom and electricity control system, which immediately affects these two nodes, but also has cascading effects on rail and road management, the city people, and the city administration. Indicators where we can improve, so to increase resilience against this cyber attack is firewalls, backup power supply, yeah, and telecom firewall. Okay, the physical threat is a bomb which detonates under the central bridge in Ljubljana. It has an immediate impact on rail and road traffic, but also propagates through to the city police, city administration. And the indicators are the bridge condition, the power backup supply, a rescue plan, and CCTV coverage. The Living Lab 2 in Antwerp is the flooding scenario, which has immediate impact on the city center streets, the raw water network, and power generation, but also affects the tunnel, emergency services, power generation, and the hospital. And we have indicators on the tunnel, failure warning systems, and the availability of resources, so the first responders. Athens, as you see, is a more complex graph. It's also a multi-step threat analysis. Here in the picture, we're just showing the first step, basically. So it's only the bottom part of the graph is affected, which is the malware attack at the airport, and all other areas like the metro is not affected in the first step. But there will be then in the next steps when a bomb detonates at the airport and at the metro station. And for indicators, we have monitoring systems, shared information at the airport, and an increased connectivity redundancy. For Living Lab 4 in Bologna, we also have a two-step threat analysis. The first step is the rain affecting the electricity network and roadworks. And the next step is wind affecting the people mover. And it also has cascading effects on the transport in the city and at the airport. For indicator nodes, we also have monitoring system, again, shared information at the airport, but also to passengers, and also a crisis training for the telecom staff. So that's for my part. And now Lorcan will take over to go into more detail for the resilience methodological framework. Thank you.
So thanks, Manuel, for the overview of the cascading effects simulation. So as Manuel mentioned, my name is Lorcan. I'm from Research Driven Solutions in Dublin, in Ireland, and I'm going to talk about the resilience methodological framework. I'd start by saying that while I'm sad the project is finishing, I'm not sad that I don't have to say this word anymore, methodological. It's really a mouthful. So I'm going to give an overview of the framework, talk about the resilience quantification and how it relates to the interdependency graphs that we've just seen, and then take us through a calculation for one of the 4 living labs. So we started by trying to understand what do we mean when we say resilience in the PRECINCT project. We based this off a lot of earlier work. So this definition comes from a CEN publication on guidelines for resilience. So we consider resilience as the ability to continue to provide service if a disruptive event occurs. And we track this throughout the disaster management cycle. Before the event, during the perturbation, when the hazard increases and our service, shown here by the black line, begins to decrease, through the recovery phase, when the hazard might have finished, but we're still experiencing some breakdown in service, and then after the event, when we can either improve the service or accept a lower level of service after the event occurs. So the framework itself has 5 main steps. In the first instance, we define the infrastructure system. So here we want to look at the environment. What are the hazards that the infrastructure is exposed to? What are the governance issues impacting how we respond? And critically, what are the interdependencies? We then quantify the service. So what is the purpose of our critical infrastructure? Why is it in place? What does it do for people on a daily basis? So we try to quantify this in monetary terms so that we can coordinate across different infrastructure sectors. We then estimate the losses in the service if the disruptive event or the cyber-physical hazard occurs. So how does this hazard impact our service? And we then identify the resilience indicators, which Manuel touched on in the last presentation. Finally, then, we want to look at our investment strategies and see what can we do to improve this and how do we make it cost effective. So as Manuel mentioned, there's a very close link between the cascading effect simulation graphs and the resilience framework. In the first instance, we can use the graph to define the critical infrastructure system. So the nodes help us to understand what the key aspects of the infrastructure is and how the hazards impact them. The graph's also used to quantify the service, so it allows us to look at context into the service, why the infrastructure is there and how people are impacted, and then the probabilities or the state change probabilities from the graph simulation allow us to quantify the resilience. Finally, then, we can set targets based on return on investment calculations from the graphs. So I'm going to take us through an overview of the framework for one living lab, for Athens, Living Lab 3. So in the first instance, I mentioned that we defined the infrastructure system. So Manuel gave an overview of this graph. The upper portions, we have the metro service, and the lower portions, we have the airport. And over to the right-hand side, we have the road network. So our first goal here is to quantify the service. So I mentioned that we try to do this in monetary terms. So we have our 3 main infrastructure types, the airport, the road, and the metro. And we look at what service is being provided by these infrastructures. So for the airport, we have airport revenues per flights and also revenues to the airport per passenger passing through the airport. We quantify the average number on a daily basis or a yearly basis and the average value. We then look at the same thing for roads. So in this case, a good metric is often tolling because it allows us to it provides us with a metric that we have numbers for. So again, we can estimate the average number and average value. And finally then for metros, we use ticketing. So we have our 5 main metro stations in the network, and we can quantify what the average number and average value of these are. And this essentially gives us an overview of the daily value of the critical infrastructure, which we can use to quantify the resilience. So in order to quantify the resilience, we step over to the interdependency graph, and we start to look at what happens when we run our simulation and the cyber-physical hazard occurs, and we have certain probabilities of being in the worst state of 5 or medium states of 3, for example. We've also estimated the losses associated with each of these states through various workshops with the Living Lab leaders and Living Lab partners. So the result of this simulation is that we can calculate the expected value of the losses every time the hazard occurs. From this, then, we quantify our resilience index, which is the original service minus the losses, again, divided by the original service. So it's basically a percentage quantification of how much service we lose when the hazard occurs. So Manuel mentioned our resilience indicators here, and this was the major addition to the graphs and combination between the graphs and the resilience framework in the project. So for this particular Living Lab, we had an awful lot of indicators. We have 12 indicators where each one can be in 5 different states. So across the various infrastructures in the airport, our indicators related a lot to providing more personnel to respond to events. So if there's a breakdown, for example, in the display for flights, we have more people there to help people on hand to help people understand where they need to go, but likewise for luggage area, security doors, etc. For the metro service, then, we looked at security services. So if we provide more cameras, more security personnel on trains or on platforms, this can impact the way that the trains and the stations respond to the event. And finally, then, for the road, again, we had CCTV, video message services, but also tracking of patrol cars and putting more patrol cars on the road. So again, as Manuel touched on earlier, we investigate various what-if scenarios where we change the value of these indicators, we improve the situation, And this then impacts the probability of our various nodes getting into the worst state. The final step then is that we want to evaluate what is the value in the various strategies we're looking at. So for this, we developed a return on investment metric, which is basically a quantification of how much service we save by implementing the resilience enhancements. So again, we have the value of the service before the event, the value of the service after the event, and we divide it by the total investment that we put in place in each strategy. And in this way, we can look at a plot like this and try to evaluate if we have strategies in that green zone where we have a high resilience and a high return on investment. So as they say in all the good cooking shows, here's one we prepared earlier. So the top right, we have various apparently high value, high resilience strategies. So this is the zone we want to get into. So we have a resilience index improvement of around 35% and a return on investment of around 50%. There are, of course, medium strategies. There are also very poor strategies where we can put in place very small investment and not really get much of an increase in resilience. Looking closer at this particular strategy, so what this consists of is investing in crisis training and airport personnel to deal with luggage area in crisis. So by improving the crisis training from the worst state to the best state and improving the luggage area personnel from the worst state to the best state and leaving all the other 12 indicators unchanged, we're able to achieve an annual saving in service of 258,000 if the event occurs. And this is basically what we've calculated as our optimized resilience investment for the various strategies that we've looked at. I guess an important thing to bear in mind here is that we've constrained this problem by putting in place a budget restriction. So in reality, the budget restriction might be variable. It might be, you might want to try to inform budget investment by using something like this. So that's the overview for Living Lab 3. We did the same thing for all Living Labs. So in Ljubljana, again, we had a cyber and a physical threat. We had 4 indicators in each. And again, we calculate our resilience increase and our return on investment. Likewise for Antwerp, where we had a flood event, we had indicators for the tunnel, which Manuel gave an overview earlier, failure warning systems for the power network, and availability of resources for the emergency response station. Finally then, Bologna, a little closer to home, we have 5 different indicators which led to an awful lot of strategies that we can potentially evaluate. So again, our strategies here relate to shared information for the info service, monitoring systems for passengers at the airport, telecom staff, crisis training, etc. So that's a quick overview of how the framework works. I guess the main, to echo Gabriella's point earlier, I think we're all quite proud that we've managed to implement 4 Living Lab graphs and a resilience calculation in just 2 years. But I guess the important message is that the story's probably not over. There's a lot of work that can go back into these graphs to try to recalculate these probabilities, these investments, and try to see if we could refine the calculation. But for now, that's just an overview, and that's it for me. Thanks.
Hello, good morning. I think it's my turn now. I don't know if I can share my screen.
Yes.
I'm not able just now. I have the button.
Try to go ahead.
Okay, try again. No, it's something like you are sharing, so.
Può dare la condivisione dello schermo alla collega? It should be okay now.
Not yet, I think. Not. I can't do it. It's something like it's not able to
Otherwise, we can go ahead with your presentation. You just tell us when
Okay.
change the slide.
Okay, no, I think now I can, sorry, yes.
Let's try again.
Yeah, I think I can now see. Can you see my screen now?
Something happened? Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, good morning to everyone. I'm Marisa Escalante from Tecnalia. First of all, sorry for not being in Bologna. It's a pity, but it's not able this day for me to go there. So in this presentation, I'm going to explain at a very high level how the Tecnalia Cyber Range has been used in the PRECINCT project. Train the cybersecurity expertise to support them to react as quickly as possible when a cyber attack occurs is one of the mitigation actions to the critical infrastructure cybersecurity enhancement. The Cyber Range are a key tool for cybersecurity training. Cyber Range is just an infrastructure that allows the simulation of the real environment for the training of professionals, and also not only training, but also experimentation, testing, and validation new cybersecurity and cyber defense technologies. This cyber range can be employed by different types of users like students, security professionals, educators, companies, researchers, and so on. And the purpose of this cyber range could be a lot of them, but mainly security research, security training, and cybersecurity assurance. The design and implementation of the cyber exercise are a strong tool to support the enhancement of the knowledge for the cybersecurity operators, we say, or employees. Cyber range and cyber exercise contribute to obtain professionals who are better prepared to face the attacks and challenges when they encounter these cyber attacks in the day-to-day work. One of the activities of the PRECINCT project is to design and develop a set of cyber exercise, one per each living lab, except living lab 2 that is not have cyber attacks, with the objective of awareness of the importance of the cybersecurity in all the living labs, and training the living labs operators to recognize potential cyber attacks that could be suffered and provide them with mitigation techniques in order to avoid them. The design of these 3 cyber exercises follows the following steps. First of all, what we did is identify the potential vulnerabilities that exist in the each living lab environment. Then, the next steps is to define what we call kill chain. This means is to define how these vulnerabilities identified in the previous steps can be exploited or attacked. The next step is the design of the architecture of each exercise. We have, we say, a reference architecture, and then we are going able to see it. But for each cyber exercise, this reference architecture has been customized and based on which kind of data and how collect this data from the living lab. And finally, not finally, the next step is just the visualization of the data collected in each living lab. This is important because it's the basis for the cyber exercise, how these data collected are visualized to the cyber exercise participants. And now, yes, the last step is to create the story of the cyber exercise. This means the information to be provided to the trainees, how to support the participants in this story, provide the contents, the rates, all the information that the participant needs in order to carry out the cyber exercise. In this slide, we can see the reference architecture that we have for the cyber exercise design. It has two main parts. At the left side, you can see the part that is deployed in the premises of the critical infrastructure, in this case, in each living lab. In this way, the cyber exercise is based on a real simulation of the environment of the critical infrastructure. This part communicates with the Tecnalia cyber range through a secure site-to-site VPN. At the right side, it is represented the tools deployed on the Tecnalia cyber range. These tools are used to collect, search, and visualize the data. Moreover, the tool root the box is used to create and contextualize the cyber exercise. In the next slide, I'm going to go more in depth on these tools. First of all, I'm going to explain the tools or scripts that we use for collect the information in the critical infrastructure premises. In order to obtain real information of the critical infrastructure, it's very important to obtain real data from this environment. For doing this, it is required the following elements. We have deployed some agents that are responsible to capture raw data from infrastructure. Here we use different types of agents, network traffic data, system log data, security device data. So there is a lot of agents that can be deployed in its infrastructure, critical infrastructure, and depends on what information this critical infrastructure wants to collect. Then we have what we call parser, that are Python script that are responsible for pre-processing all the information gathered, because the agents collect all the information that is happening in the infrastructure, but probably for this for each cyber exercise, not all the information is useful. And finally, we have a service, that bit service, that is in charge of capturing this pre-processing information and send it to the Kafka broker that is in the Tecnalia cyber range laboratory. So now this is the part that we have in the Tecnalia cyber range lab. It's important to take into account that no cyber exercise participant will access directly to the living lab infrastructure. Instead, they will access the required information through a solution based on three open source technologies deployed in the Tecnalia cyber range. These three tools, yes, are Logstacks. It is the responsible to stores and index all the information coming from the critical infrastructure. The OpenSearch, that is in charge of doing the search over the data indexes and stored by Logstacks. And finally, the dashboard, that is in charge of present the data to the participant in an organized way. As I mentioned, following this approach, participant will this is image of the dashboard. So here, the participants only saw the information that is related with the cyber exercise and not all the information collected in the critical infrastructure. Okay. As I mentioned, following this, it's important to know that the participant never access to the living lab infrastructure, only access to the information collected by the these stacks of tools and visualized by the dashboard. Other very important tool in the cyber range is a tool where we use to, we say in some way, to contextualize the cyber exercise. This tool is root the box. It's called root the box, and cover different objectives of the cyber exercise. First of all, present to the participant the context and story of the cyber exercise, showing the challenges that they should solve. That's it's more or less how, in this case, Living Lab 1 cyber exercise, showing what we call missions that the participant should resolve in order to resolve and to get success in the cyber exercise. Secondly, root of the box allows to introduce the solutions to the different flags. We got flag, but it's a different question, of its challenges, of its missions, and check if the answer is correct or not. And also, it's in charge of assign the point associated to its flag. In case of the question, it's very difficult. This tool also allow the people who is defining and designing the cyber exercise to provide some kind of hints in order to support the participant in the resolution of the challenges. These hints could be for free or should be subtracting points or whatever. So this is the way in the root of the box. So the questions and you check if it's correct or not this question. Finally, root the box also allows to see the score screen and compare the progress of the different participants. This information is not showing to each participant. Each participant can see their own progress, but the complete progress of the participant only can be done by the administrator or the responsible of the cyber exercise. So this is the information that is provided to the participant, and this is the information that is provided to the, to the administration of the cyber exercise. The following slide show an example of, not an example, the architectural implementation of each of the Living Labs. The first Living Lab, the Living Lab 1, the Telecom Slovenia, Telecom Slovenia has set up a testing environment with different assets to be attacked in a controlled way, of course. Real-time data of normal and normal traffic and security events are collected by log stacks and sent to the Kafka queue deployed in Tecnalia cyber range premises. This information received is the one that is visualized in the dashboard in order to allow the participant to look for the response to respond the challenges of the cyber exercise. So as you can see, this is an instantiation of the reference architecture that I present in the previous slides. This other slide represents the architecture follow for the Living Lab 3 and 4. That it means that the difference is that in this case the information is not collected in a real time. So the information is collected in this case, for example, in the Living Lab 3, in the Athena Airport premises. The information is collected, recorded, and sent back and sent to the Tecnalia cyber range, and is in the Tecnalia cyber range where this information is pre-processed and follow the flow explained before. So as you can see, we have a reference architecture, but we adapt this reference architecture to the requirements of its critical infrastructure, in this case to its living labs. And finally, I have presented here that these cyber exercises are related to the KPI of improve the capabilities of end user to manage cyber physical threats more efficiently. Taking as a basis the threat that its living lab is able to detect for the security personnel at the beginning of the project, we assign that for the living lab 1, 3, and 4, all the participants in the cyber exercise are able to detect more threats or more attacks after the cyber exercise. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a good event.
Thank you, Marisa. And I think it's quite ambitious to be on time, but we are on time for the coffee break. So we have about 15 minutes and we will start again on time at 11 o'clock. So we can start again. Before to start, I have a communication. There are two lists of signature at the desk. So somebody did not sign both the lists. So we have Erika, Gabriele, Lorcan, Luca, Manuel, Dora, which probably missed one of the. So you are the guilty. So we can please remind to sign it before to leave the room or before lunch break. So now we have a second session of the presentations. We have Paraik Carol and Dibrilla Madhu Kontesh. And then we will have another session, the view from the transferability demonstrator, and then we will have 1 hour of lunch break. So the first presentation to Mr. Carl.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here in this final event for Precinct. I'm going to give an overview of the various activities involving the serious game. And following that, my colleague Yash from Neurogames is going to give a brief demonstration of the serious game in one of the living labs. So I should say, my name is Pádraig Carroll. I'm from University College Dublin. And so just briefly to define what is a serious game. At this stage, I think most people already know, but there's a differentiation between what gamification is and what a serious game is, even though they're fairly related. So a serious game is a computer-based simulation that combines knowledge and skills development with a video game playing aspect, and most importantly, to facilitate active and problem-based learning. So serious games are kind of a nexus of various different areas, and the main purpose of the serious game in Precinct is really to combine e-learning with training and using a video game environment that links up with the various simulation aspects and resilience methodological framework that has already been discussed. So it's telling a story for educational purposes and getting player input, ultimately for the purpose of training critical infrastructure operators and emergency personnel. So the main game characteristics of this serious game is an action language for communication between the game and the player. It's to control or also to provide ability of the game players to make inputs or alter the game based on their own actions and decisions. And as I said, there's a storytelling ability as well. human interaction among players. So as I'll briefly explain soon, there is an attacker and a defender, so there is interaction between two different players, and ultimately there's rules and goals of the game provided to the player at the start of the game. So why are serious games, and why can they be a good tool for critical infrastructure protection? So it's a simulator of unseen events for better preparedness that uses as a main input the cascading effect simulation and also the resilience methodological framework that link up with the serious game to provide an interface for testing various outcomes based on player inputs. So it involves a storyline with rules and principles, and there's experiential learning with challenging tasks or learning goals as part of that process. From an educational perspective, there must be learning goals or learning outcomes that need to be achieved as a result of playing the game. And like with any game, there should be immediate feedback. So in terms of understanding what effect your action has had on whatever game you're playing, in this case, the state of the critical infrastructure in the Living Lab. So if you make a choice to deploy a certain response or mitigation action, you want to obviously understand the impact of that action on the resilience index or any changes in terms of losses to human life or to critical infrastructure protection. So there's also active learning and supporting critical thinking for empowerment. And finally, it's cost effective, so it's useful for testing things before these actual events happen. Hopefully they don't happen, but it's a tool to train CI operators. I should also mention that prior to the players actually playing the game, there is a pre-game activity, which is an e-learning module that was developed by ACA, or ACADIS, which essentially provides an introduction to what the serious game is all about in Precinct, the various terminologies that are used, and what the player is expected to do within the game. So it acts as a pre-game tutorial, let's say, that offers some prior awareness and information dissemination prior to going straight into the game to play the game. So that was a key component in terms of the demonstration that we ran with the Living Labs, and it's also part of one of our tasks in this work package. So this is the structure of the serious game storyboard. So you can see on the right side that firstly the user logs in with a username, email, and password provided. Then the user either is a defender or attacker, which is specified usually by the organization or the Living Lab in question. The director is also involved in specifying the various scenarios that will be played out in the serious game between the attacker and defender. So on the left side, you see the screenshot from that interface showing where if you select one of these roles, then you'll be given then a series of actions following from that. So once you select the director, who essentially sets out what attacks are possible for the attacker based on the Living Lab in question, and also what responses are suitable. So those can be specified by the director. Then the defender, who is ultimately emergency personnel or critical infrastructure operator, then chooses a defense scenario to play, and the attacker prior to this actually decides what kind of attack they want to specify. So ultimately, it's the attacker that initiates the start of the game, aside from the director, and the defender is responding to that attack that's been specified. So you can see here, just once the defender has chosen the attack set, they start the simulation and then the game begins. Also, just to say here that there is, just to explain this interplay between the attacker and the defender. So the attacker, as I said, selects the CI target, launches the initial attack and determines the attack type. and any further attacks that may happen throughout the game. So there is kind of an interaction between the defender and attacker throughout the game in that way. The defender then analyzes the risk level to make an informed decision in terms of what to do based on the budget that they are assigned. So they analyze the current situation, they make an informed decision in terms of what mitigation action they want to deploy to mitigate against that attack and implement that solution ultimately. So this is some screenshots showing the defender response. So on the top screenshot, you can see, well, hopefully you can see that there are seven different potential interaction or mitigation actions or responses that the player can deploy, such as firefighters, midi-care, and also manual training that will essentially use some of the budget up to make changes or impact on the outcome in terms of the resilience level and also the cascading effect simulation. The second screenshot shows what the various other tools on the top of the screen, top left of the screen are doing. So there's various different tabs there, such as looking at the sub-CIs, so looking in more detail in terms of what are the impacts that one attack has on a CI and how that filters down within the interdependency graph and within the network, and also the current analysis, so you can determine what is the current state of play or the current status of the network based on the actions that you have deployed. So this is just shows you some screenshots of that interdependency graph within the game, which essentially is relying on the what Lorcan and Emmanuel presented earlier. So it uses the same structure, it's just interfaced within the game itself. So if an attack hits one of the main nodes, the defender can see, okay, if they deploy firefighters to a scene where there was a bomb blast and then followed by a fire, if they deploy those firefighters, what impact will that have on that node and any affected subnodes or sub-CIs? And then you can see the effect that will also have in terms of the resilience index and potential total losses that are quantified. And the bottom picture, you can see the budget that is applied to the various actions. So you can determine how much of your budget you want to devote to that particular action. So the budget is not infinite. So you have a defined budget that the attacker or the defender can use. When your budget is used up, then the game essentially is over. So you have to determine how best to use your budget to basically have the best outcome in terms of resilience and also minimizing the total losses. So that is your mission, that is your ultimate goal within the game in order to train CI operators to make better decisions in the given context. Following the game, when the game has concluded, the gameplay records are stored in various JSON files in the structure on the right side, where you have an attacker table, a scenario table, and a defender table. And all these outputs can then be analyzed using data mining analysis, data mining framework analysis to essentially analyze the attack and defense trends. And then a report is generated and made available to the users of the game and the Living Lab leaders, for example. So over various gameplays, you might see different outcomes. Some may be successful, some may not be. So you can learn from where you went wrong and specify the nature of the actions of each player. So what actions have the best result and the most appropriate or most effective impact on the resilience index. In addition to that, we also have developed a proof of concept for a more advanced data mining dashboard, which essentially is a user interface that can contain up to 50 attack scenarios that goes beyond what the serious game is doing, but uses that as a basis. And within that, you can look into various sub-critical infrastructure selection components. There are also 5 different emergency responder sliders, so for police, Medicare, firefighters, technicians, and operators, that you can determine on that scale how much you want to deploy, and then see the impact of that based on a data mining simulation. And on the right side of that image, you can see then the impact that has had on the state of the each CI within that living lab. Also geographically displayed in the GIS or on a map, as well as looking at the vulnerability index and also the global resilience. So you can then determine, based on the health, emergency services, energy, transportation, and various other CIs, how they're interrelated and how the state of each CI can change based on various different combinations of actions that essentially let you go beyond the serious game in terms of an analytical potential. So essentially, there's a lot more you can do with the analysis there, which is why we're providing a proof of concept which relies on potentially hundreds of extra gameplay records that we would hope that would be possible in the future with more people playing the game. Also, it's important to mention that a patent between NeuroGames and UCD was filed and granted, which is based on the serious game concept in PRECINCT. NeuroGames, as a gaming company, will lead the commercialization of this serious game technology. And also UCD, from our side, are working closely with NeuroGames to develop a commercial roadmap and to look at ways in which Neuro can also create similar games for other cities, or with the same cities potentially, with less competition from other gaming companies. So there's also much more commercialization opportunities to build upon what we've done in PRECINCT, which is quite exciting, I think. So that's all I wanted to say based on the serious game. As I said, I'll hand it over now to Yash, who will provide a brief demonstration of the game. But thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Small technical issue would be. I think you have to stop presenting and then I can present.
Can you check the first slide?
Wait, I can't do anything right now.
Dice che non può fare nulla, cioè che il verso condividi ma non riesce a fare nulla. No.
Nazionale Emilia Romagna Sala A is presenting.
No, non riesce, perché ho provato anch'io ma non... Sì. Sì. Ok. Aspetta che prendo su. Quello già attaccato? Sì. La faccio subito, nel caso ti richiamo. Ciao, grazie. Ciao. Yeah.
It should come on that side.
Yeah. It's not the conf.
Here.
Okay.
Go a little bit more at the back.
So.
I can actually share my screen now.
Okay, let's try.
Share.
Oh.
Wait.
Try to put this USB in.
Yes, here. If I actually take this one,
No, you have to put this one because I think that.
not show anything. Okay, I have to put it aside. The thing is, I don't even recognize it. My computer doesn't recognize the HDMI escalator. Oh, okay.
This is streaming.
Perfect. It works. Sorry for the technical issues. So this is the main screen of the Sirius game, as Parag already mentioned in his presentation. So I'll quickly go through it as a director. Let's create a scenario. I will put it as demo 1, 2, 3. This is for Antwerp, which was one of the Living Lab cities. And once the scenario is created, now there are different situations in the scenario. For example, the power network, is the demand low or high? And this is something the director can adjust. Same for city streets, if they're flooded, if the flooding happened at night or when the streets were crowded due to an event. And same, for example, for hospital, if the emergency power does not work well, there's good emergency power, etc. And what this does, it affects how different attacks actually affect the node, which we'll see in the later stages. And also if it's hot summer or full of patients or not. And then I will put a maximum budget of 5 million because unfortunately I'm not a great player of the game. And I will choose an attacker. I will choose myself as an attacker and save. So now let's go as an attacker. I have demo 1, 2, 3. And we create an attack. Let's put it as demo attack 1, 2, 3. And then we go into the alert source. For example, there are different alert sources in the city. I will start by the fire department maybe. And the dispatching is affected. I will add this as an event, but then I can go and add more events. For example, the tunnel, and I will say the city streets are blocked, and that's one attack. And maybe I add another one just for hospital. Let's assume that there's limited drinking water in the hospital. I choose who will be the defender of my attack. For now, I choose myself. Here I can choose the difficulty level for the defender. And since I am not that good at the game, I will keep it at easy for now. And then we go back into defender. So I have the demo attack loaded. We start the simulation. And now the simulation, obviously coming from what Manuel and Lokan presented in their presentation. As you can see, the map over here with different nodes and how they're affected right now. For example, the tunnel is affected, and then we can actually go into how it will go over different times. So after some time, things will this tunnel will probably get more affected. There's also the power network, etc., that gets affected. And we have enough budget to do things. So let's go into the indicated tunnel, because tunnel is the first one that's affected, and now I have different defense that I can take. and they cost different amount of money. For now, I will go that there's a high level of flood mitigation, drainage, effectively removing flood damage. And it cost 3 million. The good thing is I have the budget, so let's save it. And before I go there, I want to also show that currently the total losses are 387 million, and the resilience index is at 0.965, which is actually not that bad. And let's just save, and I will save this. And we didn't affect too much in terms of the losses. The resilience index went a little bit up. The maximum it can go is 1, obviously, when everything is extremely resilient. And I want to see over here how's everything else doing. So I know that there's just some areas which are still affected. So we have the budget, and also in the long run. So the emergency station is red. I can put 40 trained staff, but it will take 1.8 million out of my 2 million remaining. So let's first go and check here what's happening if we add multiple warning system. Okay, that will cost 1 million. So I kind of have to decide now which one I want to go with, or if I can find something here which would cost, okay, this costs 500,000. I would try and do this and see if it works. Let's try. It didn't work. It was, I did a wrong move, sort of. So the resilience went down, total losses went up. Maybe I still have the budget to go here and add multiple warning systems. Maybe this would help. And it didn't help again, because we still need to put more voluntary staff, because obviously the resilient node is still not green. And it's the same in the long run. But essentially the idea here is that different operators would play the game and do different actions at different times, and based on that, the resilience and the total losses would be affected. And then once it goes all back into the data mining framework, a possible strategy could come up. What is the best strategy for either having the least amount of losses or having the most amount of resilient infrastructure? Or maybe there's a strategy in the middle, which is great for both these cases. So with that, I'll finish the game demonstration. You see how much was the total losses and the resilience index, and then all this data goes into the data mining framework for further analysis on how was the attack structured, how was the defense structured, and how was the different nodes being affected on each step of the defense. So with that, I conclude the demo. Thank you. And
which one? Here? You can use this one.
Okay. So hello everyone, I'm very pleased to be here as we have had a very exciting and fruitful project, and I'm going to present you work done in the work package 2 to facilitate the deployment and reusability of the PRECINCT tools, the ones that you have seen presented. So as I said, have you used the last one, the last version? I have updated the slides. Huh? Sorry, I updated the slides. Can you see the online disk? the online deck here. The one should be.
Ah, okay, so it's like a reference. Okay, that's fine. Now it's fine. Yeah. So you share this one? Yeah.
No. I have to. So finally, we have succeeded in bringing it back. So as you can see here, critical infrastructure protection is an important topic financed for the European Commission, and several projects have been financed, and a lot of finance is also provided. And from these projects, a significant work has been done, which is not always easily reusable, and the IT assets which have resulted from these projects are usually deployed manually or are just provided as proof of concept. Therefore, we need an approach to reuse this significant work and also transfer this knowledge to, let's say, new cities or critical infrastructure operator. Therefore, we would like, our objective is to provide an approach which can facilitate the systematic reuse, but also allow the training and the standardization of the outcome of the CIP project. The question is, how are we going to achieve these objectives? In order to achieve this objective, in PRECINCT, we propose an approach which we call the PRECINCT blueprints. These blueprints are based on what we call reference architectures. These reference architectures, from these reference architectures, we derive concrete architectures, which are then implemented, and the implementation of these concrete architectures are described using a human and machine-readable languages, such as Oasis Tosca or Ansible, if you are familiar with this. And we emphasize that we need a standard compliance language. For example, this is why we have selected Oasis Tosca. And our approach is targeted to IT teams, which we would like them to adopt the outcome of the For example, the tools that you have seen this morning presented, we would like them to be easily reusable and deployable by IT teams in critical infrastructures, thus achieving our objectives of reusability and transferability. So now we are going to see a case study how we have applied our approach. As you can see here, this is extracted from the PRECINCT grant agreement. And this is the description of work that we have to do. So here it's described that we need to put a certain IT tools together, and it's called the PRECINCT ecosystem platform. And this work is, let's say, decomposed in several tasks and subtasks. So you see here we have a textual description of what we have to do. From that, starting from this description, we have identified, using the Digital Twin Consortium capabilities, a set of capabilities. Let's say these are the capabilities that the PRECINCT ecosystem platform should have. For example, the PRECINCT ecosystem platform should provide let's say, a situational awareness user interface. The situational awareness user interface should also be secured, should have data encryption, and should use, for example, an easily exchangeable data framework. So these are the capabilities of the PRECINCT ecosystem platform. From these capabilities, we have identified a set of tools which we call the building blocks. So these are the building blocks which will be used by the PRECINCT partners to implement the PRECINCT ecosystem platform in order to provide the capabilities. In order to then provide the PRECINCT ecosystem platform, this is the first step of our approach, is to bring all the stakeholders together to define what we call a reference architecture. This reference architecture will determine the main component of the PRECINCT ecosystem platform, which you see here. It's a design studio, the PRECINCT blueprint directory, an operational infrastructure, a big data infrastructure, and so on. And we define the interfaces among these tools, allowing them to communicate, to exchange data, and to be interoperable. After we have defined this reference architecture, for each of the components, now we bring the stakeholders together to allow them to discuss how the component will interact, using, for example, a message broker. We define the messages that have to be exchanged. For example, a message format was designed by one of the stakeholders. And then we go into the details from the component. Now you see here, it's one of the PRECINCT partner provided a knowledge graph. And here you see, this is the description of the architecture of the knowledge graph. So to summarize, the reference architectures provide a high-level view of all the components in the PRECINCT ecosystem platform. And then we refine this by providing different views where you see the components communicating. And then we detailed for each component its own architecture. After that, the architecture is implemented, and then now we use what we call the blueprint description language. A description language uses IT automation tools, for example, Ansible, if you are familiar, as I said, or Oasis Tosca, which is a standard, to describe an implementation and to use an orchestrator to deploy this implementation. So here, in PRECINCT, we have used Oasis Tosca as a blueprint description language. Oasis Tosca is a standard It uses a grammar based on YAML to define, for example, what we call node types, relationships, workflows, and policies. Here, you see these examples how we have applied Oasis Tosca and PRECINCT. If you recall, I said we have identified the capabilities and then we identified the IT tools to implement those capabilities. Here we have used Oasis Tosca to define node types. For each tool, we have a node, for example, a TensorFlow node, which corresponds to TensorFlow Tomcat, which is used by engineering in Living Lab 4. So see here we have the building blocks, and using this user interface, we can combine them. For example, here for Living Lab 4, we have combined building blocks to create a service template. This service template is what is described by our colleague Gabriele, is all the IT tools used in Living Lab 4 to implement the use case of Living Lab 4. And using an orchestrator, we can easily deploy all these tools using, for example, Opera Deploy, Living Lab Bologna. And then you have, after, as you see here in this picture, after the deployment, you have all the assets needed to start experimenting on PRECINCT tools. So to summarize our approach is that from the results of the projects, we derive reference architectures. These reference architectures are implemented, described using Oasis Tosca. These descriptions are made available in the PRECINCT blueprint repository. This blueprint repository can be cloned by IT teams in the Living Labs. And these IT teams using Opera can deploy let's say the tools on test environments to experiment, modify the deployment, and then use them in real conditions. So here you see the example of the GitLab instance hosting the blueprints. And then you see an example of the Eclipse Winery used as a design studio, where you can see the available service templates. Thank you all. This is your question.
So now it's the moment for Shirley. So you can go here and let's check the presentation. Perfect. Now works. So Shirley, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's already me. Has just the push on the, like this? Magnificent. So, hello, I'm Shirley Delanoy from VS. I think everyone knows me now as a VP leader and Living Lab 2 leader. So in previous events, we have given the light to the Living Labs, the 4 Living Labs who have been successfully carried out. And now we are giving some lights to the 3 transferability demonstrator. And we are quite lucky to have 2 demonstrators here in the room who are going to present to you what they have done and what they have achieved. But maybe give you some of the lights on what are the demonstrators. So the 3 demonstrators had a very challenging mission of validating the findings and benefits of PRECINCT's innovative approach and its Living Lab operation process. To do so, they have followed the Living Lab operation and activities And they have transferred the collected insights and learnings into their own demonstrator. Thanks to this process, the 3 transferability demonstrators have designed what we call an implementation roadmap, which actually translates the Living Lab journey and provides a final output of learnings collected and contribute to the project packaging outputs that could be used for commercializations. It's a kind of ready-to-use tool that could be adopted by every city who would like to have the societal challenging precinct toolbox. These learnings include also knowledge regarding technological achievement and innovations, but also policy, guiding policy and decision-making process that we have helped contribute within the precinct project. The 3 demonstrators have very specific, maybe I should go to the next one. Yeah, they have focused on very specific type of CIs, and also they have investigated different type of scenarios. I'm not going to provide too many info about this because Luxembourg and Tallinn are going to present their own demonstrator. But sneak peek is that Luxembourg is focusing on transport CIs and has investigated several scenarios, mainly focusing on mobility. Ireland has provided 3 major use cases, mainly focusing on cyber attack on traffic lights, so on traffic CIs, but also on electric vehicle charging infrastructure, which have cascading effects on the, compromised user data, but also compromised traffic data. And finally, we have Tallinn, who has investigated 16 possible scenarios, from cyber attack to a natural hazard, on the clean water supply of the city of Tallinn. And they are going to provide you a sneak peek on the electric disruption within their presentation. So we now start with Tallinn, who has the floor, if I'm not mistaken, to present its demonstrator. Come on board.
So hello, we are from Tallinn. We are Markus and Esther, and we are going to talk about what we managed to do during this project. We joined actually the project later than most of you, and we tried to take the best that we could for Tallinn's city from this. So we chose some project goals for us. And we try to concentrate on investigating and replicating the PRECINCT solutions for improved Tallinn CI resilience. So we analyzed the studies and solutions that the project members had developed during the project, and we tried to adapt them to local conditions and provide some results of our own. So we, as Shirley said, we analyzed several different scenarios, but at the end we focused on clear water supply, and we chose the scenario of power outage induced water supply disruptions because this was one of the most likely risk cases we had, and also the one that actually helped us to develop some risk predicting and crisis management solutions. So we describe and model the risk scenarios and cascading effects based on the study completed in the project's work packages by all the rest of you. And also we try to develop the Tallinn's digital twin to be better prepared for the risk scenario realizing. And also we had a very good cooperation enhancement between the stakeholders related to the city and critical infrastructures, so that this is a very good part that we can go on from. So our partners and CIs were from Tallinna Vesi, which is the main water supply company that we have, Then several Tallinn city departments like Strategic Management Office, Urban Planning Department, Urban Environment and Public War Department, and Municipal Police Department. We had several CIs considered because in this test area we have several hospitals and schools and also social welfare institutions, but in the end we chose 3 of them to have tighter cooperation, which were Tallinn Children's Hospital, North Estonia Medical Center, and also Tallinn's Children's House for Infants and Children with Disabilities. And also we consulted a lot with Tallinn Technical University, who helped us with this water supply analysis. I will skip maybe most of the water infrastructure indicators, but I will maybe bring out that we have this surface water catchment located next to Tallinn that actually covers more than 2/3 of the clear water supply, which is quite a risk in some ways. So this is the project testing area we chose. This is one district of Tallinn, it's Mustamäe, and we chose it for several different reasons. One of them is that it has several hospitals, schools, and social welfare institutions, as already said, but the other is that you see on the left side there is this Lake Ülemiste, which is our main clear water supply for Tallinn, and you can see also the pipelines coming from there, that basically this is like one highway to this district water supply. Also, it is a good area for testing because it is very much relying on pumping stations. And as we chose the scenario of power outage-induced water supply disruptions, the pumping stations are really affecting the situation with water supply there if it's a power outage case. This is a very short version of our project journey. Based on the PRECINCT methodology, we first tried to find out all the data we have, all the data solutions, and see how much quality this data has. Is it actually usable? Do we need some more data, and do we need to actually change the ways we collect this data? Then we found the CIs, the partners that we have in this project. And actually, to this day, we are still having this iterative process with them where we show the solutions that we created and also get feedback from them to see how we can enhance the solution for crisis management that we have created. And now, actually, Markus will speak about a little bit the technical side of this.
Hello, everybody. As you can see, there are our main technical partners. So if you need those things, what I'm going to represent you, then take contact with them. They're really good engineers. But yeah, we have separated our technical part into 2 pieces. One is like working with the data, and another one which was taken care by Martin, and the second one is creating the digital twin or the simulation, and Antti was the guy who was responsible for that. And Martin used Civil 3D software and Dynamo scripts, and Antti was using Unity software for doing this work. Here you can see Tallinn. There are a lot of data. There are a lot of different areas. You only have to remember those red, not circles, but areas. These are 9 square kilometers large, but there are a lot of different things. So what we did, we had to compile all the data together. Data was coming from the public city model data that we had. We used base map data that was streamed from the ArcGIS open data, and from, as Esther mentioned, from data from Tallinna Vesi. And of course, we use city and situation risk assessments and crisis management documents to understand different parts of Tallinn and how they are affected so far by the changes that can be made or can be done, whatever reason. But yeah, the data processing, actually it was really easy for Martin. He took the data and put it all in Civil 3D and used Dynamo 3D to make the geometry and things out of it. But here you can see this is like the Dynamo, one of the 3D, how can I say, models of the one of the scripts. He made 4 scripts for making this data. What did we have for usable for the simulation? So the first script was sorting the data and organizing it, because if you take it from the ArcGIS and put it into Civil 3D, it's just a bunch of things that doesn't make sense at all. So you have to like organize it. Then after this, if you have like organized it, then you have to clean it from the unnecessary data, because we had like so many things which weren't usable for that kind of project at all. And the third one was making the data that we need and that we have more precise. So we separate pipes and structures and give them specific value and visual impression. And the last script for was to make the correction on data, like adjusting some hydrants and things. It's all made automatically, so it saves a lot of time for us. And as you can see, it takes 4 hours to render this red marked area, and 2.5 hours automated, thanks to the scripts. Otherwise, it has to be done manually, and it takes even more work to do, more time. So here is like one picture of the data, which is just imported from the ArcGIS and put into the Civil 3D. And as you can see, there is a lot of different. Okay, there is a lot of different elements, but it's impossible to use them properly. And after the running all those 4 scripts, we do have picture like this, where we have like. Where we can see the sizes of pipes, where we can see the hydrants, the height of hydrants, everything like which is important to create or to run the simulation. So parsing, we have to like Civil 3D is not maybe the best way, best solution or best software to run the simulation. So we decided to hire another another guy, and he's very good with software Unity, and he started doing the work at Unity. And and here you can see this is like what he managed to put all the data from the Civil 3D, the IFC model into the Unity, and that's what was like the hardest part was those pipes weren't connected, as you can see here. So he had to manage to create or improve the data that much that all those pipes need to be connected automatically, otherwise the system won't work. But here you can see one example of how we managed to, what it means. Like if we cut one pipe out of the network, then the other will lose the water supply. So here is one picture of from the Unity that you can see that all those pipes which has like blue color has water inside, and red ones are lack of water because there is some anomalies or things that we are not able to manage to work with, because we have like, how can I say, our data is not perfect right now, but we are working on that to create those things. And also this pictures shows you the idea how the simulation will work. You can see exactly which building will be cut off from the water supply if something happens with the water pipes, or even we have an idea to create the simulation to understand how maybe when water pipes or water utility network will be contaminated by some kind of flu or some kind of poison, then what areas will be affected of that. So yeah, there was like idea to analyze the network, to run the scripts in Unity and understand better how the whole network in underground in Tallinn works and makes the living in Tallinn possible. So yeah, there is like overall picture of that. To be honest, we worked only on one district, which Esther mentioned. It's small, and how can I say, we calculated that Tallinn isn't big enough. Is not so big that we can actually manage to work or put all our city inside of that project, but it takes approximately, I don't know, 40 or 100 hours of work, constant work, running those scripts and Unity simulations. So there is like one video of Martin, from Martin. Martin was responsible for working with data, but Civil 3D has a possibility to also simulate a little bit, simulate this water utility network also. So there is like one video of that. Those houses which are which is not pink, it's darker red, colored in darker red, are our stakeholders, not stakeholders, but it's critical infrastructure buildings that we wanted to be sure that what will happen with them when we cut their system out from our utility network. There is like and there is another video, Antti, from Antti.
Today, I'm excited to introduce TACS, the Talent Application for Crisis Scenarios, a pivotal piece in the PRECINCT project. Today, I'm excited to introduce TACS, the Talent Application for Crisis Scenarios, a pivotal piece in the Today, I'm excited to introduce TACS, the Talent Application for Crisis Scenarios, a pivotal piece in the PRECINCT project. TACS isn't just another application. It's a lifeline for our city, especially when we face unforeseen crises. Imagine a situation where a natural disaster hits Tallinn, and we are left grappling to understand how our utility networks are affected. At the heart of these networks are our critical facilities, our hospitals, our child care centers. The repercussions of these facilities facing interruptions are grave. And this is where TACS steps in. TACS is our window into real-time insights about our city's infrastructure. It intricately weaves together data from diverse sources, the city model data from Tallinn's OpenEye3S API, the base map and satellite data sourced from ArcGIS Open Data, utility specifics from Tallinn VSI, and a customized set of critical facility markers provided by the city itself. Built using the versatile Unity game engine, TACS is more than just visually appealing. It's functional, efficient, and user-friendly. But while integrating model data, maps, and points of interest has become almost routine with modern tech, the real challenge was navigating the utility data landscape. This data came to us in the Civil 3D format, a renowned tool in its domain. But translating this intricate data into a coherent visual on our application posed significant challenges. Thanks to Dynamo visual scripting, we managed to extract this data into a more manageable, text-based format. And I must emphasize the speed. While processing the data out of Civil 3D initially took tens of minutes, it now merely takes about a minute. Speed, in crisis management, is paramount. Our Unity-based software then morphs this raw data, creating visual 3D renditions of pipes and structures. But the magic doesn't end there. The software also meticulously crafts a network model. Given the intricacies of Civil 3D data, ensuring continuity in this model was a challenge. But with a touch of innovation, we've developed software components that stitch these non-continuous structures together. The core of our simulation is the A-star algorithm, a well-researched, versatile tool used across diverse applications. To make this process seamless for the user, we've integrated a commercially licensed library, ensuring optimal performance. To give you an idea, even with tens of thousands of individual components, our simulation updates in near real time, taking roughly 500 milliseconds. Now, while TACS is currently focused on Tallinn's Mustamäe administrative district, scaling it to cover the entire city is the next frontier. Yes, there are challenges. The sheer volume of data, inconsistencies like non-continuous pipes, and the need for more granular data, like flow directions, are all hurdles we must cross. But every challenge presents an opportunity. With future development of the software and potential shifts from Dynamo scripting, we're confident of achieving higher performance and precision, both in maintenance and use of the software. The user can then immerse themselves in an interactive model of Tallinn, overlaying utility network data, city models, map data, and critical points of interest. Imagine the possibilities. A user can simulate a crisis, pinpoint damage zones, and within moments, TACT reveals the cascading effect on the entire network, highlighting affected critical facilities. In conclusion, TACS isn't just software. It's Tallinn's guardian in times of crisis, ensuring that even in the face of adversity, our city remains resilient, efficient, and always a step ahead.
Just it's sometimes easier to create digital twin than showing, some videos on slideshows, but okay. And final results. Yes, as you saw, we have now first pilot of this digital twin project, and yeah, we have an idea to keep working on that. So also other networks, underground networks, will be put into the system, maybe some gas pipes, network cables, and all of those things that are underground that we cannot see right now. And Esther, maybe you can help me to tell our public about.
Yeah, so we have actually a lot of follow-up activities and future plans to go on with this, both the digital twin and for preparing better for the crisis scenarios and different risk realizations. So the utilities digital twin model developed will be connected to the city's general digital twin. We have this digital twin started, and what we created now can be added to this, and also we are prepared to add several different utility networks later. Also we tried to test out other suitable data formats. This was a very valuable experience here, but we still have other data formats for other utilities. Also, we have several digital twin technologies that we want to test out before going on, and also modeling and simulation software. So that the digital twin in the end will have the best solution. Also, the work continues to increase the crisis preparedness of the city's institutions, and also practicing cooperation to analyze risks better and also be more prepared. And also we have a very concrete analysis pilot project at municipal police, which is to analyze the business continuity risks, and also based on this pilot project, the legislation will be changed for the whole state. So thank you.
Now we have another transferability demonstrator, and we have List, the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, please.
Hello, everyone. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So I will not keep you for too long. I'll try to make this as brief as possible and won't disturb your lunch break, hopefully. So hi, everyone. My name is Saif. I'm with LIST, which is the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology, and ITO in teeny tiny Luxembourg out there. And we are one of the transferability demonstrators, as you have seen earlier, and as was presented by Shirley. So transferability. We've spoken a lot about this term, but what is transferability in general? What we started by doing was by investigating the potential for transferability, meaning how or can we really reuse what has been done? And to do that, we go by three main steps. The first one is by checking the replicability of what has been done. Second, by showcasing the scalability. And third, by aiming at transferring the knowledge. Overall, if we had to create a pipeline for transferability in general, it would go over these 5 major steps. And transferability itself is a mixture of the activities of both Living Labs and transferability demonstrator, in addition to technical partners. And as you can see, the first part is highlighting the modular nature of what is being developed, then transferring that knowledge. That knowledge will be used to showcase the successful replication. And around that, we create the PRECINCT community and document the whole process. Living Labs will contribute by developing with the collaboration of the technical partners, as well as transferring the knowledge, which will be used by the transferability demonstrator to showcase their own use cases for that. For Luxembourg, what we did was to consider our own way of doing the transferability demonstration, and to do that, we thought of following a 3-steps approach. The first one is to working with Living Labs and technical partners based on what has been done before, to see what we can access, use, understand, to later be able to verify, adapt, and use that. Second, to gather the relevant data from our own local use case. And third, to work independently to create our own tools and solutions. So let's go over these one step at a time. First, the concepts of PRECINCT. As you've seen previously, and probably worked on at least some of these, PRECINCT has a number of components that range from serious games to cyber range exercises to data exchange systems and so on. So, and each of these components has their own targets, goals, expectations, from improving resilience to improving the response time and so on. So what we did was looking at these individually to check what are they used for, can we access them, can we use them, can we understand them to make our own ways. And what we understood overall is that based on the context, some of these components can be used as a whole, some can be used partially, some can be replicated into some way, and so on. But overall, what can be very useful and completely reused is the concepts. For example, what we did is we made our own small example of interdependency graph based on what the other living labs have done. But let's talk about data. In this approach of transferability demonstration, what we've seen before with living labs is that living labs are working with technical partners in close collaboration with their CIs. And what they do is, most of the time, they get their data directly from the CIs. And we thought to ourselves, what if we could expand this in a way that could be more transferable? And our response was to look at open data. As most of you may know, the European Data Act and Open Data Initiative makes it that there is a lot of open data available online for anyone to access it or reuse it. And this data ranges from various domains, from transport to healthcare to energy and so on. To give you a small idea on the numbers, there's over 1,500,000 data sets. And the sad part of it is that most of this data is not reused that much or put to good use. So to give you an idea about the open data for Luxembourg, we also have the Data Public.lu, which has over 1,800 data sets. And we thought, let's put this or some of this data to good use. Let's look at mobility, since it's our main focus. And for mobility itself, we already have over 140 data sets that are related to transport, that are provided by different actors, from the government from some specific institutes of statistics to administration of public transports and so on. So we have a lot of mobility actors in Luxembourg. And the idea was to look deeper into that data. As some of you may know, the mobility ecosystem is made of different layers, and most of these layers are interconnected. But for example, just the vehicles layer can be broken down into multiple parts, from buses, trains, network, cars, bicycles, even the pedestrian system. And this layer itself is closely connected to the energy and to the infrastructure as well. So anything happening in one of those layers will directly impact the others. And depending on the angle, we can break down each layer further down. For example, just the vehicles itself can be broken down at a national level, regional, or citywide level, in which case, by citywide, for example, if a service is only available in a specific area, we label it as citywide. That way we're able to use it in a practical way later for the service corresponding to it. After that, we did a bit of an exhaustive work on the open mobility data itself. So we classified most of the data that we had access to for Luxembourg into these different parts, be it related to trains, buses, railway, airports, and so on. And we did a bit of investigation, even deeper, to see what was available in real time through an API access, or what was regularly updated, be it hourly, monthly, every year or so, or every specific amount of time. And we labeled it, we kept it out there, we have the access to the APIs, and then we thought, let's put all of that to good use in some way. And what we did first is we told ourselves, let's do that in the right way. And to develop a solution in the right way, we need a proper architecture. So this is the architecture that we came up with. As you may see in the center, we have the data, which is the core of our digital twin approach. And the data is directly gathered from the cyber-physical system, which is in this way all our mobility network layers ecosystem. That data will serve to feed into the virtual model, which is a digital twin. And at the same time, up there, there's the services that we're going to provide on top of the virtual layer. You can see in between the data and the services, there is another node for models. It does not mean virtual model. It means mostly a machine learning model. For example, anything that will be used for predictions, it will learn from the data itself to provide the service later on. Please feel free to ask any question at any point if you have, or contact me later about it. So after that, we told ourselves, okay, now we're making all of this, let's build the base layer, which is the interface on which we're going to visualize our approach. And we started creating this. This is still a work in progress, by the way. So our base layer, for people who are curious, this is a mixture of React, Flask, OpenStreetMaps, Leaflet, and a large number of libraries that I can tell you later if you ask me. Oh, sorry, it's not me, I swear. And on top of these, we wanted to both be able to visualize, for example, live data, like this way for cycling maps, or show some historical statistics or anything that can be deemed practical and useful. So we made a list on the left, I don't know if you can see it, for each of those layers. For example, train, when you click on train, you can have the network, relevant statistics, and then simulation for it. The idea for simulations is to reenact some of these scenarios that we mentioned earlier. So for our case, we asked ourselves, what could be some of the relevant scenarios that could be modelized on our digital twin? And the answer was simple. Let's see what's the most frequent thing out there and what's very unlikely to happen, but still relevant. So we did a sort of classification of what would be the most, let's say, frequently occurring things that could shake up the mobility network or mobility ecosystem to a way that we'd be interested in seeing it. And sadly, the most common one is road traffic accidents, and it's followed closely by network disruptions. For example, if there is no internet or no 5G, then we cannot access the electric bike, the shared bikes. If there is no electricity, we cannot use the train, we cannot use the buses, since most of them in Luxembourg are electric. We cannot use the bikes either, and so on. So critical weather events, no access to the road, no network, no mobility. And for each of these, we did a sort of mapping to the CI and the actor and the data from which we could get everything we could use. Again, all of this is work in progress, but it's aimed at creating those three functions that would work together. The first one is the base layer for visualizing the real-time data and statistics that we could use. The second one is the simulation through the different scenarios. And the third one is the predictive approach. So at this point, we run a lot of experiments based on the historical data that we were able to collect. Some are useful, some a bit less, some are still ongoing, but we believe this is very promising, and we are aiming to continue building on top of this to have as exhaustive as a solution that we can get to later be able to provide it to both any stakeholder that's interested in it, be it from the government, from the first responders, anyone that can use it to improve the resilience or put it to good use. It could be even useful for end users or citizens who would like to, I don't know, predict what would happen in a specific case or see the roads to get from point A to point B in case of a flood that did not happen yet, and so on. So yeah, but I would like to end this by giving a bit of a summary about transferability in general, and by encouraging everyone to follow the same journey that we did. As you may have seen or may have understood, transferability relies on scalability and adaptability, which are completely present in the context of PRECINCT, and data is available. if you do not have contact with your CIs and cannot obtain the data, you can simply investigate, and I promise you will find a lot of data hidden in that scary data portal out there. Our focus for our scenario was mostly on mobility, but a lot of domains are available, from healthcare to energy to even legal and so many more. And yeah, I'll finish by saying that I hope our tiny Luxembourgish journey will serve as an example and encourage some or a lot of you to undertake this journey and this jump into the digital twins ecosystem, which are for sure essential for a smart and resilient and sustainable future. Thank you.
So now it's the moment for the lunch. The lunch is in the same room of the coffee break. And I asked to Gabriele, Dora, Manuel, and Lorcan to sing the signature list, so we don't forget it. And the rendezvous is at 1:30. So get ready for the digital twin.
Okay, I hope everybody had a good lunch. This session is called Bologna Living Lab, Experiences, Lessons Learned, and What Next. In this session, I will present two components that we have developed for PRECINCT and for the Living Lab 4, which are the PRECINCT Digital Twin, and then we will dig a little deeper into the analytics, into the analytics that we have created for the stakeholders of the PRECINCT of Bologna Living Lab 4. To recall briefly what we have said before today, in Living Lab 4 we have a regional set of regional critical infrastructures with focus on the city and the ICT systems provider. The requirements for the PRECINCT project were to receive cyber physical events in real time and have the alerts shown in a georeferenced way on the map. We had the requirement of analysis and forecast of passengers, the passenger traffic, the passenger that travel through the critical infrastructures of the CIs that we have considered. Of course, as you've seen my colleagues talk before, PRECINCT focuses on the cascading effects and on the mitigation actions that can be suggested to mitigate the risk and the threats that critical infrastructure can be subject to. At the end, the goal, of course, is to increase the resilience of the involved CIs. And this being said, we have this instantiation schema, and I'll briefly say what every component, not every component, but every block does. And from the left, we have the cyber detection, and those are blocks of components that allow us to detect the events in real time, process them, correlate them, and then see them on the digital twin on the map. On the right, where we have simulation, preparedness, and alerting, this information is elaborated, stored, and then cascading effects simulation can be run, and the result can provide useful insights to CI operators to assess the threat, the level of threat that is presented from the threats detected. And with this information, we can move to the block that is on the bottom called response and coordination, that suggests mitigation actions to the threats presented according to the simulation that we have received. Furthermore, there are other components that help risk assessment. There are the gamification components. We also have the analytics, and this is the block that I will talk about after in the second part of this presentation. And in this analytics and BDIS, we're able to focus on the passengers of these critical infrastructures and how we can help them in their day-to-day activities and usage of the critical infrastructures. Then we have the deployment tools. It's part of the components that allow software engineers to deploy the components correctly and replicate the environment somewhere else. Moving forward, of course, in LibLab 4 in Bologna, we proposed a solution that has, you can see 2 images of the digital twin and the analytics dashboards. Of course, we have several physical event detection, cascading effects, and mitigation actions, real-time monitoring of DCIs, the forecast, as I mentioned, and the historical visualization of past events, allowing CI operators to inspect what happened, for example, on a special day that had perhaps some incidents that need to be addressed again, and perhaps understand what happened and how some situation can be improved in the future. With this short introduction, I'd like to introduce the LibLab 4 digital twin. And in this Living Lab, we have focused on what we called high impact, low probability threat scenarios. And this threat scenario is very complex and has a lot of events. And these events are heavy rain that cause flooding, strong wind that stop the people mover that some of you may have taken today to reach, or yesterday to reach us here. The power supply distribution has problems due to blackouts and the flooding. Of course, in this scenario, we also have the human error, trying to mitigate the flooding. A cable gets cut and the telecommunication networks that is partially offline. This means that multiple services are offline. As you can see, this threat scenario is complex and it's not something likely to happen all together in one day. But this is the focus of PRECINCT. This is the focus of the cascading effects and what we have created for the project. And with the real-time detection and all the things I mentioned before, the cascading effects, the integration with the resilience methodological framework and the mitigation actions, CI operators can hopefully improve the resilience of the infrastructure and answer quickly to threats and assess what risk the threats pose to the infrastructures. For example, in this use case, I've said we have multiple complex events, multiple threats, and one of them are what we call simple events, and they are the sewer system failure, the electricity provider that is affected, and the urban mobility provider that has the power detached. And we have a component called complex event processing that is able to correlate the simple events, and looking at the rules that have been defined with the CI operators can identify a general threat at the top of the simple events. And this threat is then forwarded to the situational awareness UI, which is the dashboard that allows, which is the main contact point for CI operators for the PRECINCT platform. I'll give you just a small introduction of this, and then I'd like to have a demo of what we have deployed, and I'll show you in real time on my screen what we have done. So, of course, it's an information aggregation platform and displays the data regarding critical infrastructures. We have the PRECINCT components, we have open data, and some other data comes from REST APIs. Of course, we can visualize the infrastructural data and real-time data and improve the decision making. Here, there is another dashboard that probably, I don't know if you have seen already. This is what allows CI operators to interact with the PRECINCT components and having received the events that are identified in the PRECINCT threat scenario. A user can select here on the left. I don't know if you see my mouse. Yes. Can select on this form whether they are subject to heavy rain, strong wind, the cut of the fiber, and so on. And clicking on this button, the user can simulate an event, and can also, for example, investigate what would happen if just one of these events comes through. And here we see on the right the interdependency graph with its current status after the simulation. And the nodes in red mean they are not operative, they are in outage. And the ones that are partially green and partially red are somewhat operational. And the nodes are also visualized on the map. And here we see the resilience index allows the CI operators to understand what is the actual impact in terms of rough numbers of this threat. On the bottom, we have another form that allows CI operators to request mitigation actions given a budget, and the mitigation actions are calculated once the request is sent. And sorry, I thought I had another slide. I don't. Okay, the mitigation actions are sent, and you'll see in the demo, and the nodes come back to an operational state if the budget is sufficient, and you can see how the mitigation action actually translate to the nodes affected. And this being said, I'd like to start my small demonstration of what I just said. Just bear in mind, just hold on for 1 minute while I switch programs. Okay, very well. This is the Bologna map, of course, and the representation of the, here you can see green dots for the assets that have been identified in the interdependency graph. And you can see for us at the moment, we don't have anything major to show. The situational picture says severity level is very low and the status is normal. What I'm going to do now is send a couple of events to simulate the threat scenario that we have defined, and you'll see them arriving into the dashboard. Okay, so for example, I'm sending the first one. If I'm not mistaken, the first one is strong rain, and we can see that it has been localized in all the assets. You can see here, clicking here, and also on the, okay. And I'll send a couple more just to give you an overview. This, of course, in the real world doesn't happen with a click of a mouse, but it happens with the detection framework that I have described just before. Okay, I'm going to send a couple of events, then we will look at them together. Of course, these events have been defined in the PRECINCT grant agreement, and they have been validated through the demo in June. And I'll just send 2 more, and then we can look at them. Okay. So in this process, what I have simulated is the security monitoring tool and the root cause analysis to components from Technalia and Montimage are looking at network traffic. They classify the event, and they create what they are called simple events. These simple events are forwarded to the complex event processing that looks at them and tries to figure out if there is a cause at the beginning of this. And so, for example, we can see that we have the events here, and going through is the first one was strong rain, then we have the traffic, and then we had the strong wind at the near the people mover. Then we have the affected service. and we had traffic again at the depot Z, and then the complexity and processing takes all this information and says, okay, probably there is a flood in this particular point, and we can see here that is, sorry, not this one, but the other one. That should be this one. I think they are okay. So taking all this together, we can see here that these events have been put together and collected on this dashboard. Now, CI operator, what can do is go to this second dashboard that has been created for PRECINCT, and if we say start from scratch and we say, okay, this is the status of the infrastructures, we can see here on the right, as I mentioned before, we have the interdependency graph. Everything is operational, everything looks okay. And then going back to the main interface, users say, okay, I have received these events, and I validated that all of them are true, and I want to see how these events are affecting my network of critical infrastructures. And let's say we have received heavy rain and strong wind, and we have, perhaps we can say just these two. Or maybe we can say also there has been the cut of the fiber as described by the first scenario. And then we simulate what would happen, and we are interrogating the cascading effects simulation engine developed by AIT. And it replies to us and says, okay, given this situation, the resilience index is 58%. Before it was 100. It has decreased by 41%. The nodes affected can be seen here and also on this table here. And we can see that the main nodes affected are the ones that are on yellow. On clicking here, I can filter which ones I want to see. And for example, I want to see all of them except the ones that are operational, meaning every asset that has been affected by this result. And here we can see them, and we have 22 here, 22 items. Okay, once we have understood what could happen in this scenario, users can say, okay, let's see how can I mitigate this, and see how, after all, I can bring the situation back to a more operative state. And this means bringing up the resilience index and bringing the interdependency graph nodes to an operational state. And I can request the mitigation actions, the resilience supervisor control to provide me mitigation actions. And given the budget that I selected here, which was 45,000 euros, I can say that I spent only less than half of what I have set. And the mitigation actions are free. One is supervision raised to critical to the urban mobility provider control room. And the second action is to dispatch 40% of additional NOC experts that are available. And the third one is dispatch 50% of available TLC personnel to the info node. This brings back the interdependency graph to more operative state. As you can see, actually it is completely operational, 100%. And the nodes that have been affected can be seen here in yellow. Some of them, as you can see, have not been touched by the simulation, such as the flights nodes have been, it's green, so no, it hasn't suffered any consequences from the threat and from the mitigation action, of course, while others have recovered the state. Okay, and we can see here, for example, roadworks now is operational, and before it was on outage. And the Lepida NOC now is operational, and before that it was slightly affected. Okay. Additionally, users, if they want to have more in-depth simulation of what the threats can be, AIT have made available within their tool the possibility to run other simulations, and it is easily reachable here. These are the nodes of the interdependency graph on the map, and as seen before, but at this time we have, you can see the correlation of them on the map, and users can perhaps select one. Click here. We have selected the Lepida NOC and run the simulation. And you can see a similar result. More detailed simulation can be run, and the view can also be brought back to a symbolic view. Okay. This concludes the part regarding digital twin. We have seen how we detect the events, how we simulate their impact, and how we respond to these threats using mitigation actions. And now I'd like to move forward. I have to switch programs again. Just wait 1 second. I'd like to switch back to the analytics dashboards. Okay. And the analytics dashboards focus on the passengers of the critical infrastructure and their services and the services of the critical infrastructure that can be affected in the day-to-day life. Before, we have tackled some events that are high impact but low probability, meaning they are very extreme events and they can cause major disruption. But in the day-to-day life, we want to tackle minor inconveniences such as small service disruptions, and for these reasons, we have created these dashboards that fall under the work package 2, and it's task 2.2. Using these analytics, we have created a number of dashboards that point the focus on a specific issue or subject. As you can see on this list, we have a lot of them. We have the global overview, the real time, the 2 historical dashboards that allow users to go back in time and see what happened. We have 2 specific stakeholder dashboards, one for Lepida and one for the Bologna airport. And then we have 2 forecast dashboards that allow CI operators to see what can happen tomorrow and in the next week with degrees of confidence, and forecast what can happen in the next days. Okay, so that's all I had for this. I'll switch back again. Bear with me just a little bit.
If I may add something to integrate Nicola technical description to represent the partners that showed and let's say asked to engineering to add special views and special point of view to better manage the situation in Bologna. So we as partner, Bologna Airport and Lepida, and also our stakeholders, TIPER, which is the UMP, Urban Mobility Provider, and the Marconi Express, the people mover you use probably, we all together decided that it was important for us to share a view of the same data available in the different servers in the different databases, so to share also possible common solutions, because it is true that very huge disruption are managed from civil protection, from emergency agent, first responders, and so on. But very often it happens, in example, at airport or at railway station, when you have a minor disruption, but passengers who are in a hurry to catch their plane, very often some aggressive behavior happens, and some very big crises can be triggered by these situations. So we anticipated some needs And this is the result. So I will add some to reconstruct and to show you which was the path we followed together to create the dashboard.
Yes, of course, these dashboards that I will present are the results of many discussions and many meetings with Limilab 4 and trying to tailor the result to their needs, knowing, since they know the infrastructure best, of course, and they know what the passengers may experience, trying to focus the service of the infrastructures to them. And this being said, the first dashboard I'm showing today is the global dashboard that gives an overview of the infrastructure that we are monitoring on. Okay, sorry, this is better. Monitoring on the on Limilab 4. As you can see, we have. I'll try to give you an overview briefly. We have on the center the map, of course, and we can see in yellow, like this one. These are nodes of the Lepida network. In red, here we can see the trace of the people mover that goes from the airport here on the top left until the central station. And you can see in the middle there are also nodes of the the Lepida network. And then you can see we have orange dots, and on the streets, these are the sensors of the traffic for the passage of urban traffic. And this.
Yeah, if I can integrate, the idea was that Lepida is the telecommunication provider of the region. So Lepida connects all the main infrastructures and all the actors. The possible problem arising to Lepida network for cable cut or the threats we analyzed in the previous analysis can make some operator blind. So not reachable, and it is not possible to communicate with them. So also the recovery is more difficult. So the idea was to show on the map, especially the nodes relevant for this service, and the magnetic loops on the road that highlight traffic could help in planning the time for recovery, in example, with an additional bus service to recover possible stops of the people mover due to extreme weather conditions, so extreme wind, in example. So it was important to represent all the different nodes that can impact and interact with the situation and the possible provision of the recovery measures.
Exactly. This is the meaning also of unified precinct situation awareness. Being unified, the keyword saying that we are bringing together all these infrastructures in a single situation awareness dashboard. And if you have questions at the end, I'll give you, can spare a couple of minutes to if you want to go into details, because there are a lot of information in these dashboards, but briefly go over them. We have a list of the assets and how they are called. Here for the airport and train station. Here we have them for the Lepida nodes. On the bottom we have a map for the railway station nodes, and these are the detectors of the passengers, and we have also the trace of the people mover. Once again, here on the right, there is a similar map with the airport, as you can see, and the station of the people mover at the airport, and the dots, the circles, show the detectors that are installed in the airport.
Yeah, because one of the main issues to provide a recovery measure in our mind was how many people do we have to reprotect when the people mover is stopped. So taking advantage of the data collected by the airport, so forecast for the next 3 days, we were able to provide a measurement of the estimated flow of passengers that we could probably reprotect in case of lock. This way, It was helpful for the urban mobility provider also to evaluate how many passes, which measures was the best to recover the situation, having in mind and sharing together the actual real-time situation at the different stops, at the station, at the airport, and halfway at Lazaretto.
Then I'll move to the second dashboard, and it's called real-time dashboard. This dashboard is, please bear in mind why it loads. This collects information that comes from different sensors, and these sensors provide information real time regarding the status of the network nodes of the Lepida network, like this. The yellow ones are active, as you can see on the screen, yes, and the ones in red are inactive. We have an estimated, the number of passengers that are in the airport, as you can see here, airport. For the next hour, we expect to have between 802 people and 858 people, with a likelihood of 67%. And so on for all the other areas that are the people mover area, the service area, and the taxi area of the airport. And then also we have the time spent waiting in those areas. These numbers, as you can see, are in seconds, some minutes. And we can see on the left, we have the data coming from a temperature sensor and wind sensors. These sensors, especially the wind, is one of the key factors in the first scenario that we have described in PRECINCT, and one of the key actors when that comes in play when the people mover can be affected. And once again, we had a lot of information. We had to split it in different views, and this one collects all the real-time information. And here you can see on the right, we have alerts regarding the queue passengers. These alerts come from the Lepida network, and they are seen. Sorry, not Lepida, from the airport, and they are seen on the map, referring to which sensor has detected the problem. Yep.
Yeah, if I may add, the counting of the passenger flow, thanks to Wi-Fi sensors, was already in place at the airport. But we discovered during the PRECINCT activities that they weren't precise enough. They were not positioned in the right place to make this calculation that we never did before. So that's why within the project we integrated with additional 6 sensors, 3 at the airport and 3 at the railway station, so to have a more detailed counting of passengers, because they triangle the position to count them and not to count people that is just waiting there for other reasons. So it was exactly an added value we brought to the city and to our common operational environment, thanks to PRECINCT.
And having seen how the status of the infrastructure is at the moment, users can also go back in time. And this is the historical urban traffic dashboard that allows users to select a year, month, and date to see what was the status of these in these days of the urban traffic. So, for example, if I select the 14th of April 2022, we can see that the traffic of passengers was more on the people mover was more towards the airport and less towards the city center, the train station. We can see that the traffic on the streets was how well it was distributed, and then here a peak on the street that is called Largo Marielle Ventre. And we can see how many passengers there were in the arrivals and departures in the airport stops like in the people mover area, the taxi area, and the service area. And once again, how many people went to the airport and how many went to the train station.
This feature can be very interesting, especially when you talk about a recurrent event, in example fairs, which happens more or less in the same period of the year. Like an example, next week we will have the fair for tiles and ceramics, and it's a very huge event. So airport will be overcrowded, railway station will be overcrowded, and it could be difficult to manage also the bus service on time, because many streets can be congested, close to the motorway, in example, and it could be very useful for analysis and to plan the next service, to know what happened from the different point of view, from the ensemble of all the data collected.
Absolutely. Once again, we can view the historical situation also for the network system. This dashboard is called Historical Lepida, and it's the dashboard that allows users to see, once again, selecting the month, the year, and the day, how was the network traffic, and what was the volume, and how it was distributed between the nodes that we are observing. These two nodes are a subset of the nodes of the Lepida network, and they are the ones that are involved in the airport, the people mover connection.
Yes, some of these data are directly related to the data exchange between the operational control centers of urban mobility provider, TIPER, and people mover, in example, or how they dialogue among them. And so even here, with historical data, is it possible to understand possible criticalities or possible point of attention?
The reason why this is significant is that a high volume of traffic means a high volume of alerts shared, which potentially translates to a situation that is not ideal, and some services may be disrupted. And going back to this historical view allows critical infrastructure operators to understand possibly what happened. Okay, I have a few more of them. Please bear with me while I present them. We have the Lepida dashboard. This focuses especially on the stakeholder of Lepida. And once again, let's wait while it loads. And 1 second. Can you just wait 1 second? Yeah, 1 second.
Giuseppe also helped us on developing all these dashboards. So. Meanwhile, if I may add a few words, it was important for us in Bologna, starting simply from our direct needs of airport, and especially from the mobility management of a complex functional pole like is airport, not only for passengers but also for employees, for freight transport, for any user of the airport. Starting from there, it was very interesting. We let's say, were successful in involving all the other operators present on our territory, and this joint effort and joint view added a value for all of us.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for the small technical issue. Here we can see the dashboard that involves the Lepida network. As you can see, we have multiple the nodes here in yellow, and these are the active ones, and these. And we can see also once again the map. And on the right, we can see which of these nodes are active and which ones are not. We can see also we have integrated this dashboard with the logs that come from the network monitoring program that is called SANET. And this program creates alerts, and these alerts are then forwarded to the situation awareness UI that stores them and shows them in this way. As you can see, they may be a little cryptic, but for network operators, they help them to understand what is going on. And as you can see, for example, the number of packets sent, you can see we have a big spike yesterday at 6 p.m. And once again, we can see the network traffic in many different visualizations, even grouped by protocol, like these ones. And we can see there is a spike of packets in the Saicheto node and with protocol TCP. And once again, this representation of the Lepida network is in represents the current status of the network. And looking at the incident reports from the internal services, which is SANET, allows users to have not just a nice representation, but actual meaningful information and actual details on what has happened in the network. I'd like to move on to the next. One second while it loads. Okay, so this is the airport dashboard, and similar to what we have done with Lepida, this dashboard focuses on the passengers of the airport and how they are moving themselves through the airport, and this data can tell us where some problems may be because we are collecting data regarding the wait times, for example. How much time has one device has spent in a specific area. And we can see that we have also collected alerts. And here on the right, for example, we can see that at the airport end of the people mover, we have just one alert that has severity medium, which is this one. And this alert is shown here on the map. We can see how the alerts that we have received in the last 24 hours, as you can see here on the top, are distributed. And going down, we can see also, as I mentioned, how many devices are in each area of the airport. And here we have monitored many of them. As Dora said, they have installed new sensors to monitor better the amount of passengers going through these zones. And these zones are the taxi area, the bus fiera, the station of the people mover, the area of the people mover, the queue at the taxi, the people waiting on the station of the two ends of people mover, and the so-called service area. And here on the bottom, you can see the pie chart that can help with the visualization of this data. As you can see, we have 16% of the people are in queue at the people mover at the station. 12% are at the other area of the people mover. Some of them are at the on the bench of the station, and we have all of this add up to the more. Then we have, of course, a big percentage of passengers that go through the taxi area, and some of them, and also big percentages of them that go to the bus. And here we can see also in the last day how was the distribution of the devices that have been detected and how much time these devices have spent. And as you can see, for example, here, yes, which is the middle of the night, there are no passengers, as you would expect, and they slowly rise from 6 in the morning, and they hit a big spike around 11 a.m., and they keep on growing in the afternoon, slowly decaying. This is at the railway station, of the end of the people mover at the railway station, and similarly at the airport end, we have a similar behavior, which with a big spike around the end of the day, and then during the night we have very little people detected. And we can see also on the bottom the time spent of these people. And as you can see, there are two lines. Each line represents one of the sensors that have been installed. And for these reasons, on the right, you can see that we have more than two. I think it's 5, yes. And on the left, we have 2. I see that my time is a little bit running out, so I move to the last 2 slides. Last dashboards, which are the forecast. These 2 dashboards allow users to see what is a prediction of the number of passengers that we might expect in the airport for the next day and also for the next week. So, Dora, do you want to say something?
Yeah, as I said before, but I will be very quick, it is important for us to understand what will be the forecast, what is the forecast, and how to intervene, and in which measure to recover a possible disruption. This was essential for the intervention.
Yes. And as we said before, we have different areas that have been monitored, and here in each of these hours, in these zones, the airport, the people mover, the service area, and the taxi area, we have a forecast for the next hour. So here we can say, see, next hour, and we can expect between 752 people and 800 people in the airport in the next hour, with a likelihood of 67%. As you can see, we also have a graph of this, and the lines between the two, the top and the bottom, the more close they are to each other, the higher the confidence level is. And for example, for tomorrow, we can expect at the airport, let's say 10, between 1,500 and 1,400 people in the airport area. And we can do this prediction for all the areas that we are monitoring. And data is represented in different ways that can be more convenient to look at once or the other. For example, on the left, we have a heat map, which represents the same data set, but in a different way. It can be helpful for people to see directly the number of people expected. And I can see airport, and here we can see at 10, we expect between the two, taking account the confidence level, we can expect 1,488 people at 10 in the morning, and so on for all the other hours and zones. I'll move to the last dashboard I have for you, which is the prediction, similar to the other one, but this is for the whole week. And similarly, we can expect this dashboard comes from the small ones tell the next hour, and the next hour is always helpful. So we kept it that way, and after, on the bottom, we have the prediction for the next week. And for the next week, we can see, for example, here, this is a heat map for the airport passengers. As you can see, white means we have almost nobody. Here you can say 2 people at 2 in the morning, and one might wonder what they are doing. And And then you can see that the number of people coming increases drastically at 6 in the morning and increases during the day with peak hours around lunch and 3 in the morning, in the afternoon.
Yes? This kind of visualization is important for the airport because we have weekly routine, weekly period within the summer season, in example, or the winter season. So the week was important for us because it's recurrent.
Yep. And once again, we have this data divided by zones. And as you can see, they mostly follow the same pattern, but there are some distinction, and these details can help plan for their services, to plan for their trip to Bologna in the end. And once again, we have a heat map on the left, and it shows once again the average for this zone at the specific hour. And users can quickly access this information. For example, at the airport, on average, next week at 1 p.m., we will have 1,316 people, more or less. and I think this is it. We have also a little map of the airport and their devices, where they, once again, where the detectors of devices are. Okay. I'm closing this one. I have just one more slide, and I've done with this topic. But if you have questions, I think, of course, you can ask them. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so the title of my session ended with what next? So what we will do after PRECINCT ends. And all this work, of course, will be still active, and with the models that we have created and the visualization that we have created can be enriched with new data sets that allow the forecast models to be more precise and possibly also extended to other areas. And with new data coming from different data sets, these studies can come together as a whole, and ultimately the goal why we're here is to improve resilience, and hopefully all of these next steps do that in this direction. And thank you very much. This is all I had for you today. My contact is here. Thank you. No questions, I guess.
We're out of time, I think. Okay. Questions? Yeah.
I think both of you, mainly, probably, I don't know, Dora, do you see potential for the development of this product to provide also not only information for the stakeholder involved, but customer information for the single people that could be provide additional value added to the final customer, starting from this excellent product that we had actually available. Thank you.
Absolutely. It was one of our main aim to be able to give more detailed information at different stops at passengers, because when you are disrupted, under disruption, having information is half done. So you know which transport mean will arrive, how you will reach your destination, if you will be on time, at what cost. You can choose somehow. So it was one of our main aim to be able to provide part of this information on monitor at the railway station, in example, or at the airport, so to inform people. Information customized on the situation ongoing. So the bus is arriving in 10, 9, 8, 7 minutes. It's an information already available, but not displayed maybe everywhere. So you will be able to merge all most existing information, integrating with the new one that we will be able to forecast.
Hi there, it's Jenny Rainbird here from ICP. I found this absolutely fascinating and such a rich source of information on your situational awareness dashboard, almost an information overload, but fantastic to have all of this available in one place and in real time. I guess my question is, I heard some of your insights which you've gained from working in this project, and one of the aspects of PRECINCT was looking at cascading effects or non-obvious effects of incidents. And I wondered whether, working through this living lab, there was anything that you learned from carrying out this exercise which was not perhaps something that you knew at the beginning of the project. Thank you.
Yes, it happens. In example, the recent flood you probably hear that happens here in Bologna let us face one of the possible threats we were thinking about. And when we talked together, in example, with Lepida, the telecom provider, they said, oh, wow, some water reached so close to a specific node that is very important for us. So we started this exercise during PRECINCT, but something really happens. So, yeah, we were somehow pushed to think differently, acting all together, not only in our specific view, even because some data that for us are a specific importance for a specific purpose, for other can have an additional importance for other remediation action. So making it together was really an added value.
Hello.
Okay.
Sorry, I had a question. So first of all, thank you, Nicola and Dora, for the presentation. Very impressive work and quite a fascinating platform that you made. So my question
It's not just me, yeah?
Sorry?
It's not just me.
Thank you for everyone involved in that work, I guess. So I had a question for Nicola, if you don't mind. You mentioned predictions in the last
Yes.
part of the dashboard. And from experience, when working with stakeholders and providing some predictions, sometimes you get challenged. So my question is, have you considered providing some or using explainable models to make those predictions in case the stakeholder is wondering why a prediction is made?
So you mean if we have justified this prediction in some way?
Yeah, for example, if you're doing some time series forecast, you have a choice of algorithms you can use. For a subset of algorithms, you can have an additional model to explain why a specific decision is made.
I think this goes way into technical side of mathematics, and while there isn't just one interpretation of which is the best algorithm to use, what we have done is select what we believed was the most effective. And I think from the stakeholder point of view, one thing that can be done was verify if these results make sense, if these results come true, and if so, very well. If not, maybe we can tune the algorithm, choose another way of forecasting. But it is something that is extremely technical, and in the end, CI operators want to see a number and see a forecast.
Here, thank you.
No problem. Okay.
Thank you for your passion.
So thank you very much, Nicola and Dora, for the joint presentation of the digital twin. And now it's the moment for a keynote speech. So I invite Mrs. Ekaterina Postoglu to take the floor. And we can check if the presentation works.
So it is this special moment in final events of research and innovation projects where I always have this visualization that I'm in the middle of the European Research Eden, this amazing garden that brings all these magnificent fruits in order to serve the sustainability and the resilience of our Europe. So the state-of-the-art technology dashboard that Nicolas presented before, and also all the previous distinguished speakers, they provide us an holistic view of how these tools can serve the resilience of our critical infrastructures. But somehow we have to find a more, let's say, digested way in order to bring these tools to the appropriate people that take the decisions, the big decisions, in order to include it in the everyday work of the operators, the industry, the society, the citizens, to all of us. So, yeah, it's a great honor and pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation. And in the next slides, I will provide my own perception, taking into account the study I did in terms of the PRECINCT project and the significant outcomes that presented today. So the project, in a combined way with the new European policies and the new challenges of this area that put the European critical infrastructure increasingly at risk, from many intentional cyber threats, cyber physical attacks, natural hazard, hybrid threats, including fake news. It's an area where we have to do a lot as European communities. Unfortunately, this year has been a game changer in terms of risk prediction, as the scale and impact of recent disasters have been unprecedented. Recent foresight studies issued by the GRC, the Joint Research Center of European Commission, and also of the World Economic Forum on global catastrophic risks, indicate that we have to focus on rebuilding and strengthening global risk preparedness cooperation if we don't want to experience extreme poverty conditions during the next 5–10 years, even in our Western societies, because of the consequences of the aforementioned disasters. Such extreme disasters make us question, do we need to reevaluate our decision-making process based on the fact that incidents that were considered unlikely to happen in the past are now much more likely to happen? Or which mechanism could give a strategic direction towards the prevention of cascading effects and resilience management? So if we go in the first slide, we see that ENISA's executive director, Mr. Ivan Lepazar, identified this need to, let's say, to switch from to go to under the prevention concept, because prevention is better than cure. And if we want to be enhanced against the cybersecurity threats and in alignment with the policies described and include requirements for the next 30 years, we have to focus on the prevention mode. Similarly, before 2 days, on 12th of September, the European Commissioner for Crisis Management, Janez Lenarčič, told in a meeting that took place in Strasbourg that we have to keep in mind also from in the societal point of view, and to make people every stakeholder part of this effort. So the numbers you see and the disasters that hit our Europe and our countries the last months are significantly important, because over the just 2 years, requests for assistance have increased by 400%. So investment in resilience is indeed increasing, but definitely we will deal with funds limitations the next years. So research projects, stakeholders, technology transfer organizations, and other actors are taking into consideration the requirements, the mandates of the new policies and directives in order to deliver tools, methods, standards, and other products that will support Europe and critical infrastructure resilience and security against emerging threats. You are well aware of all these directives, meaning the SER, the NIS2, and also the acts, Interoperability, Artificial Intelligence Act, etc. So, looking at the list of the new directives and acts, key questions are raised, such as what goals of the European Commission directives relative to critical infrastructure resilience set out that European countries must achieve, and also how the PRECINCT outcomes will be valorized, will be exploited with the best way to the benefit of the European communities. Europe has been shielded with policy responses under a concrete timeline that identified specific categories of risks and their interconnections among risks and policy responses. These policies provide a strong framework to build up our collective protection against all threats. The sabotage last autumn of the Nord Stream pipelines underlined how essential sectors such as energy, digital infrastructure, transport and space depend on resilient critical infrastructure, and how interlinked the external and internal dimensions of our security are. So our new rules, or critical entities resilience, we are now rolling out, are providing a strong framework to build up our collective protection against all threats. These are words of the Commissioner, Margaritis Schinas, the Vice President for promoting our European way of life, and we have to keep these words. Next slides, the next 3 slides, illustrate the important deadlines and also the key requirements of the SER, which is, again, well known to all of you. So until July 2026 and October 2024, member states, they have to take the appropriate initiatives and measures in order to be in alignment with the specific directives. And also, the importance of all this is that we have to build somehow all the relevant processes among the stakeholders in order to ensure the best performance of the directive to the everyday flow work. So, saying the above, it's the best point to link the directive requirements with the PRECINCT tools and models, know-how, meaning the living labs, the critical infrastructure coordination centers, the blueprint for standardized message exchanges, the generic digital twin architecture, the serious games, the cyber rage-based training, etc. So for all these state-of-the-art technological outcomes, we have to find the perfect match in order to be exploited with the best way. So we can link the precinct's outcomes with the relevant standardization ecosystem through which pre-normative and co-normative research results can be processed properly, harmonized and become European norms or other types of standardization deliverables to the benefit of the European security, resilience, critical infrastructure and specific markets. So I identified today some relevant keywords in the speeches. I remember the harmonized procedures that Jane highlighted in her presentation, and also the systematic collaborative procedures that also Gabriele highlighted in his presentation, and also all the other distinguished speakers. So at the European international level, and also in both levels, the technical committees and working groups that are relevant to the work done by the PRECINCT project are the ones that you see in the slide. And maybe, most of all, the working group 1, which is dedicated to the critical infrastructure protection of the European Technical Committee 439 of CEN. So in the international level, the ISO technical committees, the one which is dedicated to security resilience, and specifically the working group 5 on community resilience, is the one that makes the perfect match also again. And in terms of the International Electrotechnical Committee and the International Telecommunication Union, we have also some subcommittees which are relevant to the work done by PRECINCT. So if we see the European Technical Committee, the one that I mentioned before, the 439, we see that already 3 European norms issued and are dedicated to the protection of critical infrastructure, and especially in the sectors, the domains of maritime and port security services, in airport and aviation security services, and in the energy sector. So sometimes, if we want to integrate our state-of-the-art technological outcomes, and we need to find the potentialities of market uptake, it is good to be in contact with the specific technical committees and to see and to investigate, to examine if our deliverables can be potentially part of the series of these standards. So in that case, if PRECINCT has a special interest, should contact with the secretaries of the Austrian Standardization Organization or the German one. Both are responsible for the technical committee and the working group. So in order to make clear how research findings can be valorized in collaboration with the standardization ecosystem, I will brief you with the example of the strategy project, which I have been honored to support as a liaison officer and scientific fellow. The project, after recognizing the gaps and needs that existed in the cross-border crisis management field and the demands derived from the European policies, targeted the production of at least 8 CEN workshop agreements, 4 proposals for new work item proposals, meaning the next phase of the CWAs in order to have a candidacy as a European norm, and draft at least of 1 new standard. So indeed, during these 2.5 years of life cycle, the strategy project produced 11 CEN workshop agreements, 2 technical specifications, while 4 new work item proposals were recently submitted. This collaborative effort becomes successful for many reasons, and one important reason is the engagement and the contribution of stakeholders and field experts as the PRECINCT team, which was involved in the strategy stream 2, which was dedicated to critical infrastructure protection. So special thanks to Mrs. Eftichia Georgiou, Mrs. Jenny Rampart, Loredana Mancini, and other PRECINCT experts for their contribution. Today, you can reach and download for free on the same website the following standardization deliverables, the one that you see in the slide. And the two of them are related to the critical infrastructure protection. This is the right time in order to invite you, in order to be engaged more in the face of the new work item proposal that will become a standard. So we will need your engagement to that. And I'm sure that in this phase, we will find again, with a joint way, the potentialities for doing more in the specific field. In terms of which international technical committees are relevant to critical infrastructure points, as I said before, the Working Group 5 of the ISO 292, the Security and Resilience Technical Committee, is running now the update of an old project, standardization project, meaning the ISO 22372, which is the guidelines for resilient infrastructure. So the Professor Luis Varga, which is the convener of the specific working group, I think that will be very helpful to you, Jenny, if you manage to be in contact with her. I think that you will have a win-win and mutual, let's say, beneficial interaction. So from the other hand, being aware of the strategies and policies implemented internationally as at the critical infrastructure area provides an holistic perception about the strengths and the vulnerabilities, the lessons learned derived from the other planet's continents. Summing up, we can highlight the importance of the systematic monitoring of the new legal and regulatory obligations follow the shared directive, the continuous update of the national risk assessment plans, the solidarity among member states through the rescEU and other mechanisms, and the need to complement civil protection with civil prevention by reinforcing the European Union's toolbox on preparedness and response. We need the coordination centers of PRECINCT in every member state, region, prefecture, and municipality. And I think that this is a purpose worthy of funds and collective support for the next years. Also, I think that the General Assembly, the plenary, and the groups that involved in the decision-making of the PRECINCT project have to be in touch with policy DGs like Home, ECHO, Intra, which is dedicated to international relations, and also with other agencies and organizations further of the European standardization ones, meaning the SENS and like ETSI. So I have a list of these organizations that could be very interesting to, let's say, to valorize tools and technological achievements like the ones the PRECINCT delivered. So I consider there are many other suggestions and opportunities that the General Assembly or the leadership of the project could examine and investigate. At that point, I have to thank you again for your attention and for the opportunity to be there and to share with you my perception and the potentialities that this part of the cycle, of the policy-making cycle, which is relevant to standardization, will be to the benefit of the project. So thank you very much, and to wish you best of luck and best of success. And of course, I remain at your disposal for further questions or exchanging of views. Thank you very much.
So now I invite Mrs. Loredana Mancini, and now we have the PRECINCT recommendations. and White Book policy recommendation. So the floor is yours, Loredana.
First of all, thank you very much, and I really want to thank you, the previous speaker, because she really made a wonderful, picture of what is going on, and where the PRECINCT project can really, give something, leave a message also to next steps. We will speak about something that is important for the project, because it comes really as something that we will leave to the next possible project, or as a guidance also to improve some of the policies and the standards that are in the critical infrastructure area. I would like to highlight that this effort, that will be one of the PRECINCT deliverables, has been carried on really in a collaborative way, because it has been built together with other experts within PRECINCT, of course, like Jenny, like Giovanni, Vincent, and I would like to thank Ronan Fritzl, that is not here today, but has really done a great job to collect everything. And on top of this, and this was really a vision that we had since the beginning of this activity, we also cooperated with other sister projects like Strategy, where we signed an agreement, but like Praetorium and some others. And we also try to get all the best out of our partners from different perspectives, getting their input from the Living Lab, from all the activities they were carrying on. And we also worked in strict connection with the other, let's call them sister project of the European Cluster for Security and Critical Infrastructure. So it was very interesting to gather all this information coming from so many different sources, and see how everything was shaping, and really giving, ideas and input for next steps. It is important also to remind that this is a very challenging project, and it's a 2-year project. So what we wanted to build was not something, that was really standard or something written on stone, but something that could be a new idea, something that where, next steps really can go on. I went back. Okay. It's important to consider these sentences coming out of the last directive on critical infrastructure, because it points some really important aspects that are, of course, the growing trend of hazard and problems that a critical infrastructure will address, and on top of them, all the different type of risk. It's not just one single aspect that one critical infrastructure can really face, but it's becoming more and more, interconnected and coming from different ways, different sources. We just saw in the previous slides the top 10 threats for the next till 1030. Lots of them, of course, applies mainly to IT infrastructure, but now we know that critical infrastructure is very often underlying IT infrastructure, but some of them really applies on everything, like cross-border services. We know that now lots of critical infrastructure are connected. Supply chain, that is growing as an aspect that was not always considered. And of course, smart device attack, that is another element that is, in the future will be more and more present in critical infrastructure. So it's important to consider this, and also to consider another aspect, that critical infrastructure are key to societal and economic function. So I would like really to highlight also these two aspects, because societal really implies everybody, people, stakeholders, industries in the country. And economic also means that we were hearing an interesting presentation before from an airport. We know that if there is a problem in the airport, it's first of all a problem of safety, then a problem, traveling people, managing people, but it's also a problem of economic because, goods do not travel. You can really stop a country. So it's really important. And in this area, it's also important to consider what was also highlighted in the previous speeches, the different directives that are coming from the European Commission. One is this on the critical infrastructure. The NIS2 is more connected with IT, let's call it, so cybersecurity, generally speaking. And DORA address mainly the financial area. But if you look at them and you read, behind the lines, you see that they are trying really to converge in something that is more connected with risk analysis of all the scenarios that can really move. So it's important also to look at this aspect from a wide way. Because, as we said, there is a growing interdependency of all these aspects within the European community. And it's also important to consider that, when we look at this interdependence, we do risk analysis, we do protection, we do prevention, but we always have to think that we have to look at the bigger picture, not just on, on a vertical one or some specific geographic area or some specific market and so on, but we should have a wider vision. And also considering that the wider vision changes along. We spoke about cross-border, we spoke about supply chain. It's not that you just analyze it, you do the risk analysis with whatever method you want to apply, but you have to consider that it's really moving, So it's something that is quite important. This is also an aspect that within PRECINCT, was analyzed as considering this. So when we look at the complexity of interconnected critical infrastructure, we had to consider really heterogeneous system, all of them address different needs of people, of companies, of countries, and so on. We had to look at them with an holistic approach, so looking at different aspects, all these elements. And on top of this, as I said, we had to consider that risk really has a different point of view. You have a geographical business, because you can lose really business, society, supply chain, and on top of this, you also have to consider that critical infrastructure sometimes have strong public aspects, but have also an industrial aspect, because sometimes behind something that can be considered more public, there are private, owner or private and industry that works on it. So it's really important to consider this and always not remember, people, process, and so on. So this is a key aspect that we had in mind when we started to think about what we are learning from our project, what we are learning from our Living Lab, what we would like to give, to next step to improve. We saw that is really, this is something that is really connected, really difficult to put just in a single point of view. So we need to find a way, and this was something that really emerged from different sources, to create a mechanism and process that will allow these different elements, these different stakeholders, these different structures really to work together. We have to find a way to share information, processes, data. And on top of this, it is important that this is something that should be done before, not during, the problem, during the attack. It's something that should be addressed, analyzed, and created before, so that the infrastructure is ready to react with the people, with the process in place, but it's also ready to prevent, because it's starting. And some of the technologies that we will see, and we have seen today also within the project, are really in this area to help people to understand what will happen and how to improve. So considering all this, we have to be clear that, when speaking in this area, we have so many factors, so many elements that enter the arena that is not always easy, to really shape them, to really make a clear picture, to really be able, to analyze them in a simple way, because each one works on the other one. So one important aspect, as I mentioned before, was connected with the idea of, let's call it information sharing, knowledge, lesson learned. This is something that it's not easy. It's not easy within the type of, let's call it, or realities we are speaking about, because some of them are not really willing to share information about possible attacks. We saw that there will be some deadlines, and it's going to be enforced always more, that within a given number of days, given number of weeks and so on, any company or infrastructure or a financial institution, if we consider DORA has been attacked, should give evidence and knowledge of what has happened. But this is not easy. So because each one wants really to stay, to protect the information they have, protect the system they have. They do not want always to share this type of information. But again, as the attack are not always just, a single silos, but really are wide, this is really a key aspect that we should consider. And this is what within PRECINCT, also Living Lab, and we saw it also today, was really considered and analyzed. So it's important to consider communication, because it enforces the high time to react, because if you know what's going on somewhere else, you are faster to react. You can create governance in managing all this type of information. And on the last item that I'm sure most of us have faced in this area, sometimes it's really the area of responsibility. Who is really allowed sometimes even to react, to do something, and who is allowed to take a real decision to do something. So this is an important aspect that it's also to be considered when we thought about the coordination center, because the sharing of information will also put an underlying level of, a collaboration among the different I would like to say regions, critical infrastructures, people, and so on. And this is, let's say, something that I'm sure many of you in different areas have faced in the past. So, which is, in our idea, and as an advice, the role of this critical infrastructure coordination center. They are ready, they should be ready to increase preparedness and awareness and enable the implementation of training scenarios that demonstrate benefits in terms of time, cost, impact of hazardous events in sea. I wanted to read this because this is really a sentence that has lots of keywords in it. That is awareness, be prepared, training that is connected with what I was saying before, be able to be ready when something arrives, even, if we know that risk always changes. So The Critical Infrastructure Coordination Center should be able to create, improve actionable plans for cascading effects, which means that it has in place, the possibility to show what could happen, in this case. Emergency response training for the people, but for the organization, widely speaking, not just a single person, where, it's possible to do a training and an exercise, as we saw in the Living Lab, going through different type of, realities and companies. Identify case studies that can be also analyzed and studied afterwards. Something happens, we know that something always happens. You are prepared, you do your best to react, but then if you lose also the lesson learned, the possibility, to say, okay, if this happened, I should have done this before, in case it happens again. This is also another aspect that is really, really important. Other elements that I would like to highlight, of course, the alignment, because we know that it's not easy, that this different organizations speaks and share real information. I like to say real, the sharing of knowledge. But it's also important to consider that when we speak about critical infrastructure, we always have in mind big, structure. We had in mind, the railway, the airport, the energy provider, and so on. But sometimes when you speak about either the cascading effect or you go regional, you discover that you have smaller ones that sometimes do not have enough money to put in place the complete, model that should be applied in a critical infrastructure, generally speaking. So this element or, coordination center can also be a great value to this type of realities that do not, can learn, from the bigger one, can tailor sometimes what the others have done and apply to themselves, which means that they do not have to spend money to study everything, to apply big models that perhaps to them, either they do not have the money, the resources, the people, the knowledge to really analyze, but can really, tailor what they can do. And this is important because, again, we speak about cascading effect. So, all the elements in this, all the chain is really an aspect with critical elements in it. So the critical infrastructure should build trust, with stakeholders. We said that they very often do not want to share information about their organization, information on what happened, and so on. So this can really create a safe place where to share information. Another aspect that really was, I must say, that was highlighted from Giovanni that is here, so I don't want to take this for me, is really also the unified vocabulary and metrics. Because I'm sure that if now we ask, and to us, so people already working in this area, what we mean for some terms, specifically connected with the critical infrastructure, generally speaking, definitions or how you measure it, where do you apply it, each of us has a slightly different interpretation. So an important aspect would be from this coordination center also really to create a common understanding, a common sharing of knowledge also on the terminology. And this is also important because we have to consider that European is not one country. European is many countries. So in many countries, they have their own language, which is the right way. They translate in English in order to be understandable from everybody. Then they translate it back in their language. So it's really important that we create something that is, let's say, the common basis on some aspect. We have another important aspect that is connected with cross-border issues. And this is important because we have even if we have Europe that is pushing, to have an harmonized vision of laws, and guidance and so on, each country at the end has to take and transform in his own laws. So when you reach a border and you have to speak with the other country, with your sister structure on the other side, or with the people you cooperate, you see that it's sometimes not so easy. It's not easy because of different laws, different level of authorization, and so on. So this is important because it can create a regulation, let's call it in this way, in multiple countries. As I said, there is also the cost. We spoke about the cost of the smaller one, but we also have to speak about the cost of restarting again in each country, in each organization, everything, while we can have a coordination center that can really be a guidance, and can create a way to optimize communication. The last one is connected with the critical infrastructure product. This is again an important market for Europe because if we do not have, let's say, the common vision on how we want to protect and our critical infrastructure, we see that also the products cannot be really developed because there is not a strong standard behind it. There is not a strong guidance on how they should be adopted. So this can also be an important point to grow the European market in this area in terms of products that can be used, approved from the European Commission, and shared. Within the PRECINCT project, we saw some very new and important new technology that are very, useful in this area. One was the digital twins, that is really an aspect that we saw working. Blockchain, artificial intelligence, serious game, this is all emerging technology that will, in the next future be the basis of new, on how we will address this aspect. It's important anyway that this technology will be affordable because it's something that should, organizations should be able to buy, really, effective, secure, which is another aspect important that it's not really, considering the area where they will apply. And as we saw also during our project, transferable, reusable, and, people it should be easy to use it in different contexts in some ways. And ready, of course, to anticipate threats, detect anomalies, and so on. So, these three were the ones that within the PRECINCT project were mainly adopted, of course with other components. And they are quite important because they were really used within the Living Lab. So this is an aspect that we should always consider. When we look at technology, we always look at them from a general point of view. But within the Living Lab, there were people using them, applying them in real environment, trying to share information and data, working together. So it was really a key aspect of our project. And again, once you apply them, they can be used to also to cross and share information, cross-border share information. Here you will see just some aspects that are, sometimes a challenge, let's call it, or a slowdown to adopt a new technology within critical information organization. As you can see, the first two I highlighted trust, because I think this is an important aspect, an important element that very often organizations that really deal with critical data, people, processes that are vital to the country, have lots of attention on trust and on sharing of information. And so also the acceptance and adoption of new technology, it's always, with some attention. On the other side, we know that there is also a resistance to change. I do not know if, I am sure lots of you work also on operational technology environment, and we know that also in that area, it's very difficult to change technologies, because you have something there, you have to change your processes, you have to train the people and so on. So this is not easy. This is why, it's important that the European Commission really gives guidance here, because if there is a regulatory compliance model that can be applied, here, technology providers will be in line with that guidelines. Users will say, okay, if this is the standard, the policy or whatever, I can use them. So the market will move. There are other aspects, of course, from adoption of new technology is also connected with what we call, let's say, the proof of concept. Sometimes these new technology are put in place, but let's put them in parallel with what is already up and running. So we see how things go, and this generally takes time. Takes time because you want really to see how they work. You sometimes do not have the people enough, to do it, resources and so on. So it's important also this aspect when we speak about a new technology in this area. So just going back, and I'm almost finished with my presentation. It's important, there were already this wording at the beginning of my presentation that are the key aspect also within the PRECINCT project and all the activities carried on. That is, the interdependency, cyber-physical attacks, the directive that are slowly trying to push all together for the protection of the countries, I would like to say, of full Europe, and of course be able, to be ready not to, in order not to have disruptive event to happen. So what we would like, let's say, in some ways to leave, to discuss. So this is what we put on the table and what came out of all the contribution that I mentioned before, coming from experts, other projects, the partners, the Living Lab, learning story, and so on. First of all, we should have an holistic approach. We have to look at things from all points of view, not just in my area, I know that I'm protecting me, because this doesn't work. Doesn't work never in security, not physical, not cyber, and so on. Be able to manage complexity, because things really continue to change in this area. Consider accountability, who has to do what, who is responsible for, and this is another aspect that sometimes it's not completely clear from the processes put in place. What I mentioned before, the multi-scale, we have big, countrywide organization that manage, I don't know, I'm just making an example, the electricity of all the country, but sometimes we have a small water plant that manage the water. So you can apply and ask the same things, amount of money, not in terms of protection, but in terms of model to all this. To create this centralized coordination, it's important to consider that is not let's say, to substitute the countries or the critical infrastructure and so on. It's a point of sharing. It's a point of knowledge, where you can really have, help, support. I do not know, we just had this morning, the Draghi was appointed to give guidance for future market for Europe. And one of the aspects that he pointed out, it's just, let's say, the feeling, you know, what is going on, it's the connection of federated industries, you know, where you can really work together to create a European, you know, approach. Trust, which means trust among the different organizations. Of course, security should always apply in this area. It's important an aspect that we highlight, that is the diversity. It's quite tricky, this element, because it can have a different aspect. Diversity when you design a solution, because you can have different point of view, different values on the table while you discuss. Diversity in the target that you address. We saw people at the airport, probably if you want to react to something and so you want to prevent something, you on one side will have the, let's say, the working man going, oh, you will have the working man with children. You know, I don't want to say women or men. I want to say different needs. It's diversity. Of course, the cross-border issues that we said, so sometimes they do not speak together because at different model, different language, do not trust each other and so on. The cost, so it's important also to consider that cost is an important aspect also for this important organization. And considering all this, this can also enforce the growth of the market of products of technology in Europe that can be used within Europe, but perhaps can also be pushed outside Europe. So these are, you know, some of the aspects that we highlighted. We will issue, you know, a white paper where all these will be better analyzed and explained. And it's circulating now for comments with the partners. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much for the very insightful presentation, and which inspired me and bring into my mind the word of interoperability. So. Do you have any plan in order to, let's say, analyze this whole approach from the interoperability point of view? I mean, there is a huge diverse range of critical infrastructures, not only from the size point of view, but also from the quality, other aspects. And so interoperability is a dimension that help other case studies in Europe, in the continent of our Europe, to be somehow successful. For example, the custom officers in the border management, etc. So there is also the European interoperability framework, which provides a framework for in different layers: governance, technical, semantic, organizational, etc. So do you think that that could be also another dimension to be examined?
Oh, for sure, you know, and the policy and the recommendation, this is something that we should consider. So in some ways it's there, but thank you very much for your comments. Because what we do think is that, as you said, it's there are different aspects to look at things, sides, people, real business, country, regional, and so on. This is why, you know, I was very happy when in your slide you put also DORA. That sometimes it's, you know, you have NIS2, you have the critical infrastructure. DORA, if you block the national bank, you have the same problem. You know, it's not an energy, it's in another area. So I do agree with what you mentioned, for sure. It's something to consider.
Great,
and
thank you.
I leave it also to our project manager. Thank you very much.
So we are a little bit late, but I kindly ask you to take a coffee break, if necessary, and about 10 minutes, and 15, it's okay, 15? Perfect. So 15 minutes coffee break, and at 15:45 we will start again with the last session. So I hope that you're still here after the coffee break. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome you to the almost final session of the last precinct public event. And we're going to have a panel discussion, and the panel discussion is, and I will introduce the panelists right before we start the panel discussion. But before that, we actually have Adonis Tsilianis from Polis, the project manager at Polis, that is going to share with you some of the learning points from some focus groups that have been conducted quite recently about this project. So first, join me in welcoming Adonis to the stage, and then I'll introduce the rest of the panel, and we take it from there. So, by the way, try to be attentive, because at the very end, I will also ask you to ask some questions to the panel if you want. So, the floor is yours, Adonis.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Giovanni. Without further ado, I'm going to present to you the results of our focus group as we have summarized them. So we decided at the beginning of summer, we decided at the beginning of the summer to conduct this focus group. And it was basically two groups of municipal administrators and transport professionals working across Europe that were contacted by us, by me and my colleague Pedro, by email, and then we coordinated the discussions with them. The topic that we were to discuss was vaguely related to PRECINCT, and the reason was that we wanted them to speak freely and to say their piece, because we wanted them to give their true insights and not thinking in terms of right or wrong answers. Why we did that? The reason that we did that was because professionals working in transport at the municipal and regional levels are not necessarily security experts, and they are not, most of the times, particularly involved in safety and security matters. However, in the event of a disaster, a catastrophe, an attack, whatever, it could be these very transport professionals with no particular expertise who will be pulling the weight. So the first question that we basically asked was if they are aware of the threats of the critical infrastructures they're managing are facing. And the answers were pretty much the expected ones. We grouped them in two large groups. One of them was the climate change related, so coastal floods, torrential flooding, flash floods, leaving only a few days or even hours of margin of response, prolonged heat waves, forest fires rapidly expanding into inhabited areas, snowfall, which nowadays can be very unpredictable, both in terms of periodicity and intensity, but also the cyber attacks, which we could group in two subgroups, the ones disrupting operations and the ones threatening safety and personal privacy. Now, after these pretty much expected answers that we got from them, that's where things started becoming interesting. So the following question was, what are the impacts of the threats you have identified? Now, you will notice that the more bold parts of the presentation within the brackets are the responses we got as such from them, and then some points that summarize their input. So the main answer was that climate change is the biggest risk that their infrastructure is facing, but it's also tightly intertwined with political and economic machinations, mainly underfunding, affecting both resilience planning and preventive maintenance, which means that floods and forest fires affect not only the circulation of transport vehicles, but also the physical infrastructure, especially depots. The fallout of the power grid due to heat waves can even melt the cables, leading to cascading effects. They didn't mention cascading effects, but that was what they were basically describing. and the non-functioning traffic lights due to power blackouts also put a severe strain on first responders due to the increased number of accidents once the traffic lights go out. So they had the notions of cascading effects, but they didn't really use it as such. The next point was that normal operation of a public transport system becomes way harder in the case of a cyber attack, just by the disruption of normality and the fear of a renewed attack. Already, public administrators and the people working there have a difficulty into advancing in the digital era. The servers of the public administrations are particularly vulnerable and can easily be breached, and this disruption may take days or weeks until it's fixed. At the same time, the connection and interdependency between vehicles and infrastructure is now becoming even bigger, because the smarter the vehicles and the infrastructure becomes, the bigger their vulnerability becomes. So then, the logical train of thought was, what is the organizations in which they work, what is their approach to the threats and their impacts on critical infrastructures? And almost unanimously, all of them replied that there is no proactive mechanism or structure, and definitely not something on a periodical or even let alone a permanent basis. The threats themselves many times are not necessarily understood by the administration and the operators. Most discussions and considerations still happen at an informal and non-institutional level. Even when they do happen at a higher and more serious level, they come as lessons learned after the disasters and not in a preventive manner. The lack of specialized personnel is also a huge issue, because the organizations have to rely upon external companies and consultancies who themselves are not necessarily adept either at analyzing or at providing advice. And most operators also don't have the backup or something of the sort, especially in terms of energy or data. So, in this light, how prepared are these people to face a complex threat, given the fact that they will need to manage the transport critical infrastructure, but at the same time, as we saw, there are difficulties in even understanding the threat or the implications. So a reply that we got was that we can plan all we want, but nature and humans will be able to surprise you anyway. The reason is that complex threats apparently make it very challenging to predict ahead in an efficient manner. The deeper reason is that there is no reliable data concerning the number and locations to safely and efficiently evacuate people during an emergency. So it becomes clearly important to organize the staff and the equipment to properly maintain the infrastructure, and when something happens, for the people with knowledge to step forward and to be able to guide through the misery as it was described. Another respondent told us, "I have no idea how prepared we are to evacuate thousands of people, but there's a service that considers that. Maybe it should be us," which leads you to understand how vague the situation is concerning the mitigation of the effects of a threat of such sort. Apparently, there is no concrete action to step up coordination beyond some levels to operationalize resilience plans, if these exist, or to help professionals and administrations conceptualize what is at stake. And though there are some directives at the European or national level, providing framework for training, operationally speaking, it's very hard to find the time and the luxury, as it was told to us, to train the personnel for these threats and for resilience practices. A huge issue for the level of preparedness of the organizations is the underfunding, which, as it was also described to us, is a man-made disaster in slow motion. So even though, as we saw, there are recurring talks and rising concerns still at an informal level about climate change and its impact, and even though there is a vague budget for climate change mitigation at the national level, most of the times coming from European Union funds, this is not enough, and it doesn't necessarily trickle down. There is an admitted lack of spending for the maintenance of infrastructure as well, meaning traffic lights, bridges, tunnels, etc. are not necessarily preventively maintained. especially when the risks are not still visible, which only accentuates the problems and makes the management and safe operation of this infrastructure even more challenging once a threat actually manifests. So the logical outcome of that is that even if we reach the point where we draft resilience and mitigation plans, if the plans are counting on well-maintained and well-managed infrastructure, ready to behave like in their theoretical original design calculations, then the whole plan process is flawed, because there is some organizational cross-sectoral information and training involving civil protection and first responders at the very basic level, but there is no specific plan on how to evacuate safely people, concretely speaking, and there is only very local and specific solutions for very local and specific infrastructures. The guidelines, the rules, and the methods that might exist in different operators or different public administrations, they only define most of the times new and big investments and how they should cope with complex threats. They don't take into account what already exists. Even with perfect conditions, the workers in these sectors are having difficulties running things smoothly and in time. So in their eyes, they have more pressing things going on. So this, coupled with the fact that resilience funding and plans rely mainly on political choices made with a short-term vision, means that the threats are not necessarily addressed properly. Funding is also reliant most of the times on European and national programs, which often are very limited and are discontinued. Furthermore, there is concern about the concept of safety and security in terms of marketing image, rather than in terms of properly collecting data and input, to give the illusion, therefore, of safety and security, rather than actually prepare concretely about it. Another issue is whom should we contact? So a reply that we got was, we know that there is always someone, meaning a person, behind the right door to knock, but that does not mean that there will be someone to open that door, which means that it's very hard to do this cross-sectoral communication and coordination, especially when it comes to transport systems. Private or semi-private operators, along with the public entities at the local and regional level, communicate rarely between them, let alone cooperate and coordinate, especially when it comes to the impacts of climate change, which accentuates this whole situation of, we know that something happened, but we don't exactly know how. So, where do we go from here and what is needed, especially in relation to PRECINCT and the things that we heard before? We might have the smart solutions, the mitigation systems, and other complex solutions and tools, but the physical objects of infrastructure are either older or way too complex when we're talking about the new ones, while the specialists are very few, which means that, first of all, each kind of threat needs a different approach, but also each kind of tool, of vehicle, of transport system also needs a different approach. And there is also a necessity to change the outlook concerning the fleets, as, for example, electric vehicle fleets, like electric buses, require a different approach compared to conventional vehicles, conventional buses, and this is not taken into account right now. Another comment that was very cynical was, we cannot bomb a city to test the reactiveness of the systems, so we have to take responses to simulations with a grain of salt. There is no real checking and verification of whether the software-based simulations, if they exist, are actually in line with what will happen in reality. So, from their point of view, these simulations happen in an echo chamber where no one can actually verify the validity of these scenarios and what is coming out of that. And also, if the intelligence about these threats and how to address them is subcontracted to private consultants, or is in the minds of very few people working for these organizations who may retire or be out on vacation, that raises the vulnerability to risks because all the knowledge is lost. People with disabilities are also a very interesting and necessary part of these considerations that are not necessarily taken into account or even at all. the preparedness planning seems that should be applied to the universal design principle. If it takes the users with disabilities as a baseline reference, then it will also be able to properly serve a much wider range of people. And finally, the know-how and best practices from similar situations faced by similar organizations managing similar critical infrastructures could be instrumental. So once again, we come back to knowledge sharing, data sharing, and capacity building activities to raise the awareness in a general and in a better manner concerning the type of threats and their impacts is a necessity, but also to share the experience and to conduct capacity building activities could achieve much more than generalist plans and guidelines. So, this was my intervention. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Adonis, for the introduction to the discussion. And while doing that, I also realized that I did not introduce myself earlier on, so let me do that now. So my name is Giovanni Misato. I'm an independent consultant, so guilty as charged previously. And I do work for INLICOM, and I've been supporting, I have to say with great pleasure, this wonderful consortium as the task leader for the exploitation and management part of the work. And I think it was very nice to hear the reality check that was performed by the colleagues at Polis, and to have such a short and powerful summary. So I'd like to introduce the panelists that are here with me. And so first of all, it's Benoit Boudens, who works as head of innovation he's the head of the innovation department and R&D program manager at Acodis. Acodis is a very active member of the consortium. We have Cristiano Passerini, who is the COO at the Digital Innovation Hub Emilia Romagna at Lepida. I hear it mispronounced so often that I have to remind myself how to do it. He's also providing a perspective, not just from the industrial point of view as Benoit, but also from a service provider and a regional service provider. And then we have Pedro Omendegubella, who's also working at Polis Network, sorry. He's a senior policy and project manager for governance and integration and safety and security. So again, another point of view. And as we heard different times also from the previous speakers, diversity of points of view is very important to capture a salient point of complexity. So today we've heard a lot of summaries of what was achieved, a lot of contexts. And in this panel, it's also a bit exploring what do we do next. So maybe a first question that has been touched upon different times, including in the summary that we heard from Adonis a few minutes ago. In your opinions, and I'll start in no particular order, so if anyone wants to, otherwise I'll designate a volunteer, but in your opinion, who is owning today the prevention of those cascading effects? What I mean by owning is that could be from a coordination, information sharing, leadership, financing, decision making. Is there an ownership, and if not, where do you think it should be? So maybe Pedro, do you want to start with this one?
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks for having me in the panel. To answer that question, I think it's very important, first of all, to put things in perspective. I worked for 21 years for local government with safety, and striving to be kind of an internal change maker and dealing with all the difficulties. Internal difficulties, most of them due to ignorance and to avoidance of the psychological suffering caused by danger and thinking about it. People avoid thinking about risk for many reasons, and that's well researched in organizational literature. And what I found for working for these 2 decades at the local level, I thought it was only my city. Well, at Polis, for 4 years now, I've been contacting dozens of other cities, and it turns out, most all of them, the issues are there as well. When we think about good practice and the great challenges for European cities, et cetera, we usually, it comes to mind like 2, 3, 4 cities, great practices, and that's an example. And we often forget that the European Union has over 800 cities above 25,000 people. So if we can stretch our minds and come up with 20 good cities, there's still 780 who aren't even there. So that's one point. The thing is not only how can we help these 20 cities, it's above all, how do we help the mass of 780 cities? The second point, which is, I think, obvious to all, is that this topic, and that was obvious throughout the focus groups that we conducted, the topic is not in the agenda. I mean, even before asking who owns the cascading effects, who even thinks about them? And what we see is that it's way away from the thoughts, everyday thoughts of transport professionals. And we deliberately, as Adonis explained, we deliberately strove to listen to transport professionals who are not security experts, because those are the ones that, in case of a catastrophe, will be bearing the brunt of operations and dealing with things. They're not there. So it's not in the agenda. And finally, we also have to understand that underfunding, from what Adonis explained, underfunding is a slow motion, man-made disaster. And it's happening, and it's been happening at least for the past decade, where the reduction of budgets, the crisis for the public sector has been reducing the investment in maintenance, which also includes budgets for disaster preparedness, training, etc., etc., etc. I could go on forever. So to put it in perspective, let me give you what I learned 20 years working as a public servant. It's a classic response. Well, if there is a problem that has no solution, it's not a problem, right? So we can either believe that there is something that can be done about cascading effects, and so it will be hard for people to step forward and take responsibility, or we can believe nothing can be done, and fine, we'll get somebody to do something, planning, and maybe do some awareness things, and that's it. It must include everybody, and that's the biggest challenge. Is not, I understand about centralized planning and management, but it goes with another challenge, and it must work in tandem, which is decentralized accountability, and above all, decentralized involvement and engagement. And I think the biggest challenge is not to find centralized responsibility, because sooner or later, it always, somebody is appointed, is really to encourage decentralized engagement. Because cascading effects is what? Could be anything, so many things. How do you get a centralized responsible for everything? You can't.
Can you hear me? Yes. So it doesn't exist yet because it's a problem that it's not perceived, and maybe not perceived as having a solution, and maybe it shouldn't be a single ownership, but a distributed ownership and awareness. I'd like to maybe ask Cristiano's point of view, because you are dealing with this in your work already. Maybe not cascading effects, but effects.
I found the idea of Pedro rather stimulating. The point is that when you ask who has in responsibility in who's owned the problem, you have to look at the law. And we have very different law in different countries. So I would focus on what happens in Italy. In Italy, we have one article of the Constitution that states that the security of the state is under the responsibility of the central administration. But civil protection is a shared responsibility, what is called subsidiarity, between regions and the state. The regions do the laws that enable the responses of the civil protection in their own territory. So we have a situation where if we want to speak in terms of a common approach, even in just one single nation, just like in Italy, you have to face 20, 21 different situations. And so it makes the approach rather difficult. On the other hand, if we look at the next article of the Constitution, 118, it states that, I just put it down, the autonomy of the citizen to promote general interest activities on the basis of the subsidiarity principle. That is, the law encourages the citizen, the associations of citizens, to grow up and build up some system that enables the resistance towards the risk and the cascading effects. So my personal idea is that we must focus a little bit more on this approach. Let's say, let's try to grow up from the bottom some understanding of the problem in order to be then supported by the state and eventually also by the European Union, which presently enacts its directives based on the safeguard of the single market, which is not a very straightforward way to establish a protocol to resist to crisis due to cascading effect.
Thank you very much also for this bottom-up approach, reinforcement perhaps. Now, going to the industry who's developing solutions. So when we hear, well, if there's no solution, there's no problem, you are making solutions. What is your view on the ownership piece?
If I may, I try and speak with the perspective of solution providers. And for solution providers, the first question is, with whom do we speak? Where do we find the needs, the requirements in order to propose solutions, technical solutions, when it is about technical solutions? I would say we cannot do a lot in terms of legal and administrative issues. So I think what you're saying about the bottom-up approach is a nice point of view, because it allows, for example, solution providers to go and speak, to start little, let's say, and in order to propose then simple things that might scale up and perhaps be integrated with more complex things to build a kind of system of systems in order to propose solutions for the different stakeholders and the different actors in this sector. But as you say, I think what we can say as well is that the granularity with whom which we are taking for addressing the market, let's say, differs very much from one country to the other. And whether the granularity is at the city level, at the regional level, more other kind of granularities is always complicated to identify per country because of the different laws as well, and not only about how the administration and the decisions are taken by whom. So there are these legal impeachments, let's say, or difficulties are to be seen together with the technical issues, of course, that we can face. So, but this idea of, let's say, starting small for scaling up, I think it's a key point. And we have seen in the project and the presentation of Nicola and Dora was a very good example to show that what is necessary is it's a constant dialogue between the solution providers and the key stakeholders and the key persons that are really accountable for how the processes and the organizations are performing. So again, start small and scale up. It's perhaps what I would say for
let's say, providing solutions.
So, building on the, let's see where we are, what we have, and scale up from there. There are several examples, of course, within the PRECINCT project in terms of living labs. So, of course, that's one route to explore in the next question. But this is really an open question, and this concept has been presented and fleshed out actually quite in a bit more detail today about the so-called critical infrastructure coordination centers. And again, coordination could be hierarchical, but could also be bottom-up. There's a different way of coordinating that. Maybe I'll start with Cristiano to change the order a bit, but where would you, also in the idea of bottom-up and scaling up, what do you think, or what could be the embryonic structures that could, in the things that exist today, that could maybe evolve into this mandate or this role?
Well, actually, this was the approach we had in the Living Lab. We thought that we were very different operators because we have completely different background. We have completely different understanding of what a queue means for the airport and for a communication operator. So where can we start? It was a very difficult task to go through, and actually we came out with an idea that we called MAGI. MAGI is the name of the point where we start collecting all of the data. It is a data lake, let's say, where all of the operators, we have a simple work because we have an agreement in the mandate of the consortium, so we could share the data more easily, and we pull all of the data in one single place. And so we agree that whatever kind of calculation, elaboration of the data may be done on that data. And this is, for me, one of the potential starting point. That is, if we share the idea, if we share the data and we share the idea that anybody can operate on this data, then each of us can transport this data in the required information and start enacting the strategies to encourage the birth of the coordination center. So we can have a critical infrastructure coordination center because we at least know that some kind of data can be found there. And since it is a simple data lake, anybody can add data. So we can easily add the data, for example, of the Ravenna port or any other infrastructure. And we can also say the Protezione Civile, okay, if you need data in this specific moment, you can write it in there. And you can start from that data. So the idea is let's share data and let's each of the operators transform this data in information.
So either creating or identifying existing data lakes, so that, so to speak, when people have to drink, they're converging there.
Bring your own data.
Bring your own data. So a data lake as a watering hole for people that need the data. And maybe your perspective, Benoit, on the data lake or other ways.
I think very pragmatic, and you're telling your experience in PRECINCT. A very pragmatic way to start little is indeed to the coordination center is not necessarily putting 10 people from different organizations in the same room. It's having these 10 people perhaps stay in their organization, but have access to a common source of information, a shared source of information, where all the importance of the priority of information and their meaning, the concepts, are shared and also well known by each other in order to understand what are the priorities and the needs from the others. I think this is a pragmatic way to start. So coordination centers Yeah, it can be at the, let's say, as an organization, kind of, I think one of the speakers spoke about the federation of control centers. Of course, because everyone has to take care of his own business and his own expertise for transport, for energy, for water supply, etc. But this federation would allow to share the right information and to have it trusted as well, the information. So when building such a kind of data lake, of course, trust is very important, not only in terms of let's say, security to access the information, but confidence in the quality of the data and the fact that the data has not been, let's say, affected, transformed by, let's say, a criminal attack. So this is how a federation of control centers could start with some data spaces. That link different data lakes or data sources.
So what I found fascinating in your answer is that you started with data lake, and then all of a sudden we had information, and at the same time you also brought in that these different actors understood the same thing, so that's semantic coordination. Then you brought in trust and quality. So we went from data, which as we understood early in the morning might not be always that usable, to people understanding one another and the same thing, which is an interesting evolution in the point.
Because the data is mostly here, and our colleague from LIST showed this morning about public data available. We have seen with Estonian work as well in Tallinn, that how we can build very rich systems and very informative systems from public data, just public data. So it's not just about the data, but of course the semantics and the meanings, the concepts that are covered, and what is the usage of this data, what the information from its how to get information from this data. These concepts have to be shared, and we have to have a common awareness about the utility of the data sets. So it's not only getting access to the data, but of course exploiting it in a relevant manner.
So maybe also to have another perspective again on what could be, knowing today what happens, and I'd be very interested in Pedro's opinion, where maybe not just data lakes, but are there other things that exist today that could be maybe encouraged to grow into the future coordination centers?
I wasn't going to talk about data, but it's a cascading effect. So I'm going to talk about data. You know, the thing about data and the data sharing is obviously a hot topic, not only in this field, but in transport, land use, whatever, business, in so many fields today. I think that, first of all, regarding data, there are three maybe misconceptions or that we have to keep in mind. I'm not saying it's your misconception. I think that in the public discourse and the organizational negotiations, I think they're important. Number one, as you all know, is that data is a raw material. I mean, it's the matière prime. It's a basic resource. From data, the thing is, from data to get information, from that information to collect insights, from those insights to understand which decisions have to be made, then to have the guts to implement them and follow through. And the big problem is not the lack of data sharing. I mean, if you look at the whole chain, yes, there are issues and logistical issues and attrition and difficulties, but in the end, I mean, look at road safety. I know this is not the topic here, but for example, look at road safety. Everybody knows how many thousands of people are dying, and where's the action, where's the investment? And the data is there, the sharing is there, the collection, the insights, everything. So we have to look at it, first of all, as a starting point, not as, obviously I know that's not what Bernard was saying, as an endpoint. Then we also have to understand when we discuss data sharing, and this constantly pops up, for example, in the transport sector, where new mobility services, you know, the ride-hailings like Uber, etc., the monopatine, the e-scooters, all these shared mobility services are tech-based and are thus generating every day gigabytes of data by the hour. When we discuss data sharing a lot, because obviously transport authorities want to get their hands on that because they've never had it, and it's a dream come true because traffic counts cost a fortune and they're never done. So here you have it in real time. And there are two basic barriers to this, for this data sharing to happen. First of all is, you know, it's a mistake to talk about data sharing in general. There are two, you know, once you ask for data with a general scope and with a vague purpose, that immediately triggers GDPR problems, period. So the key thing is to be very clear about the scope of the data and what we're going to use it for. So use cases, from what I've seen in data sharing in transport sector, is the best way. What kind of data do we need for what? Be very clear about that always. I honestly don't think that trust is the main barrier here. The thing about trust is, if we go beneath and we scratch the surface, is that often many people don't know what you're talking about. And everybody says, because we're all professional, I'm an architect. I don't know much about digital data. I certainly don't have your competencies. But here I am at the table talking about data and data sharing, and am I going to say I'm ignorant? Never. In everyday discussions in organizations and between organizations, nobody's going to say, I don't really know what you're talking about. Could you please explain? But the point is, ignorance breeds fear, because I'm afraid that I'll look like an idiot. I'm a professional, I should know this. Fear breeds defensiveness. And defensiveness means you're not going to be giving anything, you're just going to be playing defensive. And from what I see in, for example, in the transport sector, that's one of the biggest problems. Now, a second point, I'm not sure that embryo like you use, or data, the embryo for this coordination center maybe embryo is not the best metaphor. Maybe a coordination, who's going to bring all the puzzle pieces together would maybe be a better metaphor. There are, I mean, it's an old question and an old challenge in organizational literature is the fight between vertical organization, clear hierarchical lines, clear division of scopes, et cetera, which is necessary for any organization, particularly, I mean, if you're more than 2 people, you need to. And the other thing, which is the cross-sectoral connections. And you can't solve cross-sectoral connections with vertical organization. It has to be solved by connecting and bringing people together. There are some things over there now. For example, the coordination centers at the smart cities, the things that many EU member state legislations already have about civil protection, and you are forced to have a plan, you are forced to have a coordination center. Even in many cities or regions, for example, the people in the planning department, not because they're urban planning, but because they are often the ones with the highest capabilities in GIS, in geographic information systems, which are not enough, which are not the top, but are a good starting point to have data, et cetera. And finally, I'm sorry for taking so much time. It's the coffee. About this puzzle, you know, I worked for 10 years in accessibility, wheelchairs, blind people, and the biggest problem was that, you know, I would visit a new project, a new construction, and the stairs were really dangerous. But the architect wanted the stairs that way because they were beautiful. And I'm an architect, okay? So, and Adonis is too, so he's even more than me. So anyway, the architect, and I would tell, look, what about the safety of the users? And the architects would be, no, it's not my job. I mean, they should be careful. My job is to design the stairs. I thought they were just plain idiots, and exceptionally idiots, but because, okay, they're architects. Then I moved on to working on road safety, and I started working on pedestrian safety and dealing with traffic engineers who were making the most dangerous things for pedestrians. But it was not their job. Their job is to move cars, oh, and the buses and trams if there are any, in the parking, etc. No. So it's also their job. They didn't think it was their job, pedestrian safety. And then I moved to sexual harassment of women in public transport. Try talking to a public transport official about sexual harassment of women. That's a matter for the police. And yet we are discussing the fundamental security of the users of these services. So making sure, instead of looking for something else, somebody else, is really working with what you've got. And the key challenge here is to make people understand that security is part of their job. It's not the responsibility of the security staff. You're the security staff. And that, I think that's the key thing to start with. And then, so in that way, everybody understands they're holding a piece of the puzzle. And then the question becomes bringing those pieces together.
So I take your challenge and I actually changed the vision from embryonic to another part of my background, which is nothing to do with I don't know if any of you have ever seen some crystal grow on surfaces, but there's a concept of nucleation point. So you start from one point and then all of a sudden things start making sense and getting together. A nucleation point is perhaps something that we're looking for. So scratch embryonic, it's gone. So from what I gather from this super exciting conversation, could be maybe a beginning of an insight. So it could be a nucleation point. I hear elements of culture change, which require, I hear lack of fear, but I think you want lack of fear for people that are aware of the risk, which the name for that is courage. And for different reasons, those nucleation points could be the areas where we have a high convergence of data that tends to become information. So if we find a nucleation point could be a place where you have a convergence of data that's multivariate and that people that can begin to make sense of it. And that requires cultural change. Now, in the PRECINCT project, a complicated array of complex people in a number of countries worked for 2 years together, and there are a number of things that came out of it. And you've seen a small selection, and a very good small selection this morning. So from where we are now, what could be the so-called low-hanging fruits, but what can we do? The project is basically finished. I mean, even if, the slide is still on the panel, we're not at the conclusion of the, of the event, we're not quite there yet. But maybe starting with Benoit, what do you think are the things that we can do with what we've learned and what we've accomplished in the past couple of years moving forward?
I think one of the positive aspects is perhaps some improvements with regards to what you described about people not feeling accountable, or this notion of everybody is accountable, and knowledge and awareness have to be spread between the different teams, between the operators, between the institutions, and we have now tools and methodologies for trying to improve this awareness and to train people with, for example, the serious game, to have this systematic approach supported by the different technical tools. I think this is something that is on the table now and has to be further developed, I think. And I don't know about the roadmap of each living lab after the project, but I think that the basic pieces in terms of methodologies, in terms of tools, and in terms of mindsets are here. So I think it's encouraging, and again, we are ready to scale up, let's say.
Cristiano, where would you start today with what you know that's now more feasible than 2 years ago?
Well, from my point of view, one of the most important outcomes that we had was the opportunity to train the people, because as we have seen also in the previous discussion we had, untrained people are a problem. And having focused on that topic, for me, it's a very important point. Likewise, I think that the awareness of the importance of the dependency graph and the outcomes that came out from the dependency graph, just like the calculation of what's called the resilience index, it's a very important topic because it can be effectively used with the administrator when you're showing up. What are you doing and why are you doing that? One of the most intriguing fact that happened during this project, but at the latest, when it was said to me, okay, we do not have a remarkable improvement in the interdependency graph, in the resilience index, because there is something that is missing in the solution you have deployed. That's great. This is the end point. That is, we have reached the point that we cannot go further. We have to change our architecture completely to satisfy that requirement. So it is an important, to show that there is a limit in the resilience index that we have calculated within our scenario. It shows that it is a good approach because it doesn't solve everything. It solves what it can solve. And if you want to change, if you want to solve also that problem, you have to change the architecture. And this is great. That is not a panacea. You have to face that there are some points that are not feasible to be solved.
So, yeah, Pedro, I think, is discovering the project today, so it's also maybe interesting to have your perspective. But I was wondering, also in view of some of the comments I wrote down from the report from Adonis, the statement, we cannot bomb the city, which we cannot bomb a city, which I think was meant, we cannot actually see if the digital twin really works. Again, the digital twin experts might provide other ways to simulate that, but we cannot bomb the city, but we can bomb a digital twin, and we can actually put people in that environment and then see how they react, because that's one of the purposes. You just want to, maybe you don't want towards culture change. Maybe it's not planning as much as rehearsing or seeing how people behave in a certain environment. So I was just wondering, from what you've seen this morning, what triggered you into seeing, hey, if I have this tool, this is something I could do today to start this nucleation process we were talking about earlier?
Well, it was funny because I didn't think Adonis put it in the slide, but there was a moment where we asked the participant during the focus group, so have you done simulations? And one of the participants, who was from a public transport company, she has buses, she said, oh, we did with some of our drivers a hostage taking in a bus. And, I really found it in a way funny that, there we are with fires and floods and what have you, and they're doing a hostage taking in a bus, which, yeah, it's a probability, but the feeling I have is like somebody's watching too many movies with Keanu Reeves from the 90s. So one of the biggest obstacles when you're working, like in my country, I don't want to do like we say in my country, teach the priest how to say the Mass. I imagine that for many of you, what I'm saying is pretty obvious, but nevertheless, I think it's worth reminding everybody that, if you want to reduce risk and increase preparedness and deal with danger, the first obstacle to overcome is fatality. It's like this sense that it's inevitable, it's destiny, there's nothing we can do about it. And I think a few of the participants in the focus group said that. You can prepare all you want, but in the end, you really have to go with your guts, which is a statement in favor of unplanning, unpreparedness, because in the end, you just go with your guts. So no matter how well you prepare, and I was thinking, well, but do you prepare well in the first place? So overcoming this idea that, in this idea, it pervades many fields where we work with safety and security. It has to do with several serious misconceptions, and coming to your question about the low-hanging fruits, serious misconceptions about safety and risk and what we can do about it. I mean, the idea that it's an all or nothing. Safety means there's no damage or there's nothing we can do about it, and we forget about, obviously, the mitigation. There's always going to be an impact. How can we mitigate it? It comes with a profound misconception over the concept of risk. People don't understand that risk, implies the probability and the potential damage. It's not just the probability, it's not just the potential damage. It's them together. They forget about it. People mix up, and particularly inside large organizations, primary and secondary risk, where primary is risk that can cause, physical, financial damage, and secondary risk is reputational damage, liability, and they focus on the liability. You see that a lot. For example, in traffic, when they put there's a dangerous place for pedestrians, but, we put the crosswalk there, we painted a zebra, that's it. I mean, if something happens, it's not our fault. We protect our back. There's also, huge misconceptions about what it is, what human error is, about people forgetting that there is a blunt side to it, where you design the policies, the processes, and then the human operator in the end is the one with the less time to decide. So these things that we make upstream are critical importance. It's not just waiting for the providential man. And just, I'm sorry to go on and on, but the thing is that words matter. We think with words, and maybe one of the this may sound stupid, but one of the low-hanging fruits that I recurrently see in safety work and security work is change the words. We know that often the words being used aren't correct, that we usually use accident when we should be talking about crash. And I mean, unfortunately, talking about the extreme climate events now, we should not be saying that things that could happen. We should now, unfortunately, be saying floods and fires that will come to our cities, cascading effects that will come to our cities. They are now inevitable. It's a question of when, and it's not going to be far from now. So, unfortunately, I'm not want to be, we may sound, it's not being catastrophic. Unfortunately, it's preparing for what's coming.
You might believe this or not, but we are almost at the top of the hour, so we're almost done with this panel. And I have the feeling we could be talking for a lot longer, but I'm not sure it will be very effective for our audience. I have one last question to the three of you, and the answer can be short. So imagine that in front of you, you have the highest responsibles of the European Commission. And imagine that you have your best recommendation for policy. What would that be?
May I start?
Yeah, you may.
Just to make a link about what you said about designing things for safety, security, I would say I would take the image of the aeronautic industry. I'm coming from Toulouse, where there is a small company building airplanes that you probably took to come here, which is called Airbus. Okay, when you design a plane or you're doing some modification to an existing model, There are a lot of safety inside the development, safety by design, and there are a lot of regulations and not recommendation, but regulations and things that you cannot avoid because otherwise your airplane is not allowed to fly. So I would say take the example of this industry and try to impose to the different stakeholders at the different levels, whatever the most appropriate it is, to have a kind of regulation and assessment with audits and certificates that show that you are prepared for addressing these cascading issues, these risks that are coming and that are already here. So try to impose, because I think this is one of the most efficient way of doing, to impose rules, to impose audits, certifications, etc., so that people that are aware, but it's not enough to be aware. It's we have to go the next step and to be prepared. So just perhaps go and look at this example.
So a license to fly a city. Thank you. It's an amazing, interesting, and I would like to give a word to Cristiano.
I developed some thinking about that, and if Luca can show the thing requires some pictorial view, because otherwise maybe quite vague. What we are saying presently is that, for example, if you take climate change, you have to look both at the growth in intensity and growth in frequency of the events. That is, it means that we are moving from the blue line to the green line, assuming that the most critical events have a lower frequency, because otherwise the world will collapse. And this is not an engineering point of view. So if you can go ahead. Okay. So what does it mean from the point of view of time? From the point of view of time, if you look at the present situation, that is the blue line, you see that you have some points in the space, in the time, where you go up a certain threshold. And this is what is happening. But if you are thinking, if you are posing as an hypothesis that time in frequency and strength are increasing, these are doctorate data, and wouldn't say that to a European Commission that these are doctorate data, but assume that this can be measured. Okay, what happens is that frequency and intensity produce a new effect that is not linear. And this effect are the two spikes of the green lines that are one near the other. In time, you have two different situations that go beyond the threshold, cause a damage, and then another one comes and causes the damage. That is, whatever you think, cascading effects are going to happen. So keep in mind that if you think that intensity and strength are going to be stronger, then you have to keep in mind that cascading effects are going to happen.
I have to think on how to summarize that one. But in a nutshell, is don't plan for the environment you think you know today, but you have to plan today for something that is going to be qualitatively worse, and it will happen. So plan today for something that is going to be qualitatively worse. So just it's not business as usual. The new business as usual is a lot worse business, something like this. I'd like to give you the final word, just to say that it's 5 o'clock, and if any of you have an urgent question for the panelists, I'll try to take it, if it's okay with you, Jenny. But then you have like a minute to give your proposal for the European Commission.
Number one, it's underlining this point that underfunding is a slow motion man-made disaster. and it increases the vulnerability and definitely will multiply the impacts of what's coming. It's not only a question of being underfunded, it's a question of also having tight funding, for example, for public transport companies, for cities, because if there is tight funding, you don't have slack, organizational slack, meaning you don't have available funding, or extra people that you can invest in innovation. And this, what we are talking about, is innovation, because it implies doing something new and valuing something that exists differently. It is, at the core, innovation, and organizations need margin of maneuver to dedicate the people to that. But maybe the two most important advices would be to whomever would be sitting in front, either of you, sitting, or any of you, sitting in front of the commissioner. I mean, number one, I think all of us experts, we have to once and for all understand that using the expression political will is magical thinking. In a democracy, in North Korea, you really need the political will of Kim Il-sung. But we live in a democracy. Political will is manufactured, it's built, and the experts have a key role in building political will, raising awareness for this. The other point is that and this is also well researched in political science literature, is that windows for policy change, which is what we need here, open when three lines, and this is the last sentence I promise, converge. One of them is there is an acknowledgement of the problem. If there isn't a problem, why am I going to invest in it? Number two, there is knowledge of solutions. Because if there's not solutions, why am I going to get myself into this problem if I can't get out? And the third thing that combines is the agenda. Something happens in the news that makes this important. I am afraid that these agenda opportunities will be more and more frequent and extreme. But the point here to be made also is that the awareness of the problem is growing fast, and that the availability of solutions is, well, it's here.
So maybe I'm going to try to sum it, and then if there's one question from the audience, I'd like to also to ask you, to whom you want to ask it, but maybe to sum up, maybe it would be don't waste all the upcoming crises, because they're each an opportunity to make sure that the agenda is directed toward having the right kind of new investment in infrastructure. Trying to boil down your intervention. I've seen one hand raised, and is that just, if you, yeah, I don't know if you can speak, if you have a microphone. And maybe one question to one of the panelists, and then I'll have to conclude so that we can finish on time.
Hello, I think I have a remark. I like your expression of the nucleation point. So just try to see how you put this together. Let's say that I've reviewed a lot of European-funded research projects in critical infrastructure protection. So can we say that there is an underfunded problem here? And for the European Commission, when will they see the nucleation point? For example, after having funded so many projects, and we have seen catastrophes, let's say in Greece. So how in this case we haven't seen application of critical infrastructure protection using cascading effect models that have been developed in several projects? So how you put this together?
So I'm going to make an executive decision here. I'd like to keep the answers, the speculative answers after, because it's a beautiful question to ask the European Commission. So I think the panelists concur. It's a beautiful question for the European Commission, and we see if we can ask them on your behalf. Please join me in thanking. This is an exceptional panel. I've learned a lot in the past 35 minutes. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Jenny to the floor to finish and complete the event today.
Thank you, Giovanni, and all our panelists. Wow, what a fantastic day we've had today. We've heard about the issues and challenges that critical infrastructure are facing, the industry perspective, and all of the environment that we're trying to address within the PRECINCT project. We've heard about the PRECINCT vision and approach and our response to these challenges. We've heard about our methodologies and the components that we've developed within the project, and we've seen how they've been demonstrated in living labs in operational environments. We've also seen how these approaches and tools have been replicated in transferability demonstrators, which evidence the impact that PRECINCT can have across cities in Europe. We've also heard about the relevant standards and directives that implement some of the work that we've been trying to address, and ways in which we can continue to contribute to those initiatives. And we've also heard about the lessons that we've learned and the messages that we have about our recommendations. We've had a fantastic panel discussion, which we've just heard the stakeholder perspectives, the threats and the impacts and the challenges that we're trying to face, and some really thought-provoking discussions. So I'd like to thank our wonderful speakers that we've had today and our guest speakers for all of their insights. I'd like to thank our hosts, ITL, for this fantastic venue and for their generosity in hosting us today, and from the President of ITL for opening the event. I'd also like to thank our Bologna Living Lab partners for their support, and for the Marconi Express for helping us with our transport. And particularly, I'd like to thank the 40 partners in the PRECINCT project for their collaboration over the past 2 years. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you, and I think we can be justifiably proud of everything that we've achieved. Thank you very much.
No, it's not okay. We have to wait 2 minutes, and I invited Dora for an opportunity, and she wants to explain how we act in Bologna.
Yeah, just a couple of words to say that our CO2 emissions are compensated for this event by ITL and Bologna Airport using the Choose platform, which is a Norwegian startup dealing with this compensation project, and we will fund a network restoring project. And I just wanted to tell you for these 2 days and your travel coming to Bologna.
Thank you very much, Dora, and thank you all for the participation. And tonight we have the social dinner at 8 p.m. I sent an email with the address and a link with the map. So, see you soon, and thank you very much. Just 1 more minute.
Just a big thank you to Jenny for coordinating this project over the 2 years. Thank you for your coordination activity, very professional, and to your positive impact in all the communications. So thank you.
Okay, that's all.